Can anyone hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could someone talk so I know I can hear you?
Good morning.
Good morning, Professor.
Hello? Talk again, please.
Mike,
Anybody?
check. Good morning, Professor.
Of course. It was working last time. Hey, Max, go ahead and say something.
Hi.
Thank you. Just
Hi, Natalie.
playing with the volume.
Natalie, wave.
Try again.
I'm saying hi to Natalie.
No, still not.
Wave. There we go.
Maybe now. One more time, Max.
Hi, Natalie.
Nope, not yet. Straighten a little, sure.
It's recording already before you joined as a host.
Hello, Max, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Nope, still can't hear you. You know the volume knob that seemed to work last time isn't doing it. Max, go ahead and say something again.
Hi.
I'm getting some sort of volume, but not the right one. It's weird. You gotta turn down, pull down that thingy. There's a switch somewhere. Oh, is it a remote thing?
It's a remote or a switch? I think both.
All right, we're gonna go to Plan B, I think, on the speakers. Let me see if I can't figure out how to call into this directly.
I also have my computer if you need.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I have a computer too. I brought one today just in case, but let's see if this works. Zoom. No, I need a passcode, huh? Let's see.
Hey, Amy.
All right, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me 400 times in a row?
Yes. Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
Or is it better this way?
Still an echo.
I think
No,
it's
there's a lot of feedback. Echo.
Okay, let's try this. Okay, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Much better.
Okay, great. Yeah, I don't know why I can't get the speaker to work in the room, even though I did exactly the same thing as last time. So I'm calling in through my phone and we'll make it work. And I better put my mask on. Dun, dun, dun. I hope everyone's doing well today. Just bear with me one more second now that we got past that fun. Today we're going to go through and over the wonderful world of mortgages and encumbrances. Before I do that, though, we're going to do a little bit of review. As I slowly open this, let me download this from last week. So if you bear with me 1 second, I just want to make sure everyone got everything. And while I'm doing that, so I don't waste your valuable time, I had a great question that was emailed to me by one of the students that I didn't answer, that asked me about single member limited liability companies and whether insurance is a good alternative if you have to have a single member limited liability company. And it's kind of like asking if salad is a good alternative for steak, to use an analogy. The reality is you should have insurance no matter what, liability insurance on any investment property, whether it's a 40-story building or a single family home. But the protections afforded by corporate shielding are different. So the answer is yes, you should have it. However, there's really no reason why you must have a single member LLC. There's plenty of other alternatives. So potentially you can basically change the type of business entity with the Secretary of State from a limited liability company to a corporation or a limited partnership, where you don't have that one detriment to limited liability companies, at least until the law is changed, which I think will eventually happen. So it was a great question because it kind of highlights the difference. One is protecting you from liability via a legal entity theory, while the other, helps you defend yourself or pays you back in the event that something happens. So the real answer is you want both. But that one's not a replacement. It's kind of like salad. A salad is not a replacement for steak. Steak is not a replacement for salad, but when you go to Capital Grill, you want both. Okay, so I hope that answers that question. And I wanted to save that for class because I thought it was a really good question that highlighted a really good point. Okay, now for those of you who haven't seen in the Canvas and in the module, I put a collateral, which is a bunch of mortgages and notes that I prepared for this class. We will be going over. I'll also have it up on the screen. I do not expect you to memorize those notes and mortgages for the test, obviously, but we are going to utilize it to go over some of the points we're going to go over today. And that's what I was looking for. Okay, so I wanted to
Professor,
go over.
I have a question regarding the midterm exam.
Oh, sure.
I just
There
wanted
is
to
one.
know, sorry. I just wanted to know, will we have a study session? Will there be like a study guide of things you want us to focus on? How do we prepare for this? I have a few questions.
Sure, yeah, you do. Let me take a minute and talk about the midterm. I know everyone's always, and I remember being a student myself, that everyone's always very concerned with the tests. I don't do gotcha testing. I don't do trick questions. If something looks like a trick question, I think it's important that everyone understands that I don't believe in trick questions because I think it misses the point of what we're doing here, which is trying to impart concepts and knowledge to you. I also don't, generally speaking, believe in memorization because with the law, when dealing with the law, at least some things, of course, you have to memorize, like your times tables when you're a kid, right? But when dealing with the law, because the law is ever changing. And if you memorize something, then you're gonna, it's to your detriment. Yesterday I had to work from home. I got a flat tire, which really sucked, but I know, right? So my paralegal, who has been in the biz for ever, she's fantastic. And she calls me up in a panic going, I think we blew a deadline. And I'm like, okay, like calm down. What deadline? Like my heart started beating. You never want to blow a deadline. We'll talk more about that. And basically a rule had changed a few years ago. And she had kind of memorized the deadlines, which is important. Don't get me wrong. But for whatever reason, on this Friday, maybe not enough coffee. It was in her head 20 days instead of it's been 30 days for a couple of years now. And so we both got freaked out. So that's the damage that memorizing can do, because you won't go look something up. So I've learned, and I think it's important for you to learn this too, that every time I check a statute, a case, whatever, even if I used it last week or I feel I know it, I go look again, because things change and memory is imperfect. So I don't believe in testing for memory, although obviously there's certain things you do have to kind of memorize, definitions and formula and stuff you do. So there's no gotchas, there's limited memorization. Okay, the test will consist of multiple choice, true and false, and short answer. And short answer could be a word, or it could be several sentences, depending on the context of it. And what I will be testing, and really all I honestly care about, is that you understand the concepts we're going over. There's certain things that may, and I'm not saying this will be on the test, but maybe on the test, like, how many witnesses must be on a deed, for example. I'm not saying that will be. And then that one, you just kind of have to know too. You just have to know the answers too. Like, that's a concept because it deals with witnessing a deed, but you also need the information. But there's not going to be any gotchas. Like, so if as you go through the test, you feel there's a gotcha, then just look at it straight.
And just review, I guess, the PDFs that we covered.
If you were in class paying attention, I don't think you'll have too much problem with the test.
I didn't know if there's you had any recommendation just to brush up on something that was.
Just brush up on any concept you didn't feel you got.
Okay.
Next week, we will have a small part of the class before the test, and I will, in effect, answer questions a few questions, not, because we have time limits, regarding the test or concepts you don't understand. So it is a good idea to brush up on anything you felt that you didn't really catch when we went through it the first time, and ask questions on it. But my goal is not to gotcha. So I'm just, and towards that end, it's only three and a piece classes before the midterm. It's hard to kind of do a study guide for that because it's kind of everything we just went over.
Right.
Someone had asked in the book what part of it, and the thing is, we're not going through the book chapter by chapter, which is why I didn't make it mandatory, because this is not a paralegal class, and a lot of the book is like how to, and we're just focusing more on concepts. But chapters 1 through 11 and 13 are the chapters we will have covered by the time we get to the midterm. Believe it or not, we've gone through a lot of concepts. So the test is, in a way, to look at what you're doing. It's not a law school or paralegal exam. It's a real estate development exam. So I'm really focusing on making sure you understand the concepts and some of the warnings in it, that are a little more technical in nature, but are important. But as long as you understand the concepts well, I think everyone will do fine. And based on the questions I've been getting, I'm not overly concerned that anyone's missing a lot of information. So that's good. Okay, so that's just, I've always kind of felt that way with tests. This isn't the first class I've taught. So I've, felt my way around, and I'm still old, but young enough to remember being a student. And I always hated the gotcha or the questions that were impossible to answer. Like, what is real estate? Not that, like, tell me everything about real estate law. What is real estate? It's actually a good question. Tell me everything about real estate law. Like, where do I start? No, there won't be any of that. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure you picked up what I put down.
Yep, thank you. I just have
Yes,
one
I have
more
a question.
Okay.
Well, let's let Gabby finish, and then whoever said that can be next.
Yeah, it's Dominique. Sorry.
Dominique.
I just wanted to know, is it timed? And then does it open on Saturday after our?
No, it's on Saturday during our class, and it
Got it.
ends when the class ends at noon.
Perfect. All right, thank
You
you.
guys are busy. Most of you are working, and you have a lot of you have another class in the afternoon. So I'm not going to do that to you. The part of the test is a learning experience, and in effect, it hammers in the information. So it's considered a part of the learning. So I try to be thoughtful of your time, because I know what it's like being a grad student and working. We had Dominic and then Max.
Yes, this is James. My question is, will it be evenly distributed throughout? Will the questions be evenly distributed throughout the information that you've given us? And that's the first question. Number two is, will any of the questions come from the book? I'm just trying to figure out how to really manage my time and focus on what to really focus on.
Some of the questions will come from the book in the aspect that the book is covering, parts of the book cover what we've covered in the class, if that makes sense. There's a reason I use that book, is a lot of the concepts we're going over are also in the book. So it's not fair to say, well, it's not in the book, because like the book goes over deeds. We went over deeds. So, if you're unsure of concepts, I think looking at the book is a great tool. But, frankly, there's a lot of other great tools. If you're unsure of a concept, let's say tenants in common, you can just Google it or Bing it as your, whichever one you like, and get some information in it, and just make sure you look at the Florida stuff and testing on Florida law, because that's what I know. And it's going to be mostly evenly distributed. Concepts I feel, and I've stressed in the class, is more important, will be tested more than, dicta, things that, are less important. But overall, it's going to be pretty evenly distributed. And is even to the point where, like I said, we have some learning next week that you're not going to be able to study for, because we will have just gone over it and it'll be on the test, but not a ton of that will be on the test, because I don't like doing that either. Just kind of the nature of doing 4 hours in a clip. But again, the test is designed to be fair. Not necessarily easy, but fair. So if you're picking up what I'm putting down, you'll do fine. Just remember, no trick questions. I'm not doing trick questions. So that, you know, that's, if you keep that in mind with my tests, it'll save you a lot of heartache. Because when it looks, you know, I know sometimes people like, it's a very straightforward question and people are like, oh my God, is this like, it freaks people out, like a straightforward question, but understand that it's just a straightforward question. And Max, you had a question? I'm sorry, I thought Dominic was one asked, but that was James, obviously. Max?
Yeah, can I send you an email to GS197 at Nova?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I have about 400 email addresses. They all go to pretty much the same space.
One more question, Professor. So I just want to clarify. So the test starts next Saturday from 8 to 12, correct?
Well,
right.
no, the class starts from 8 to 12. The test will be either 9:30 to 12 or 10 to 12, depending on how long we take to get through the material.
Okay, perfect.
And then when you're done with the test, you're done with the class, you log off and go about your merry way. But you have until the class ends and then the test ends. So I will be there proctoring via Zoom. Remember, this is Zoom only for our one in-person. I'll be there proctoring through Zoom until no one else is on. So if there's questions, you would direct message me.
Oh, nice. And
But,
just-
you know, not like, what does number 4 mean? Because then I won't answer. You know what I mean? Let's answer for number 4. One of the above.
Yeah, no problem. And then just out of curiosity, are these mostly multiple choice or written out? And
Well, it's, I would say yes. Yeah, I would go with mostly multiple choice. And then, you know, a few true false, you know, depending on the concept, and then a fair number of short answer. Remember, short answer could be 1 or 2 words, or it could be several sentences, depending on the question. But it's not, I'm not looking for essays. This is not an essay exam. You know, again, straightforward questions with fairly definitive answers for the short answer. And the ones with definitive answers obviously will be multiple choice or true false.
And
And
Professor, this is
we're testing
Dominique.
understanding. Hi, Dominique.
Sorry. Hi, sorry. How many questions in total on just estimate?
A lot.
15
I don't
or
know yet.
more?
I'm not done writing it. I'm not done writing
Okay.
but it's I don't like testing, like, you know, I think this is worth 40 points towards your grade. There'll be more than 40 questions, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
So
thank
it'll be, you know, it should take a good 2 hours for you to finish if I'm going to give 2.5 hours to do it. You know, depending on, it's not going to be a fly by test. I don't know exactly yet how many questions, but I'm going to guess somewhere between 150 and 200 questions. But it may be less depending on what I do when I write tests is I write the test and then I time myself taking it. And then I typically double it since I know all the answers already. And then I know that's a good length for the test. So if it takes me an hour, I know it'll take someone who didn't write the test 2 hours. You follow? When I do my answer key, so to speak. So then I'll cut it down or add to it as appropriate. But the idea is to go over the concept. So, you know, it seems like, wow, that's a lot of questions, but it really isn't. When you look at multiple choice, you know, like what is a deed, you know, or whatever, and his answers are, you know, what is a grantor? You know, or a grantor is the person that, you know, is the seller, true or false. That takes about 10 seconds. I mean, maybe you'll get it wrong, but it takes about 10 seconds to answer. So again, I don't, you know, we're required to make tests that really test your knowledge and tests that not everyone are supposed to get an A on, though if everyone does, fantastic. So the tests are supposed to be challenging, but I have no desire to make the test hateful. Like when I took my board certification test in 2009, 17 out of 53 people passed. One person got up in the middle, threw down their test and walked out cursing. So that is not what I will be doing. The goal is, you know, to fairly test your knowledge. And if you paid attention and understand the material, you should have no problems.
Thank you.
And again, please remember, this happens, I say this like 10 times every time before I give a test. And then afterwards, someone will come up to me like, oh, I thought you were, you know, asking a trick question with that one. Why did I get it wrong? Like, no, I said no trick questions. If you think it's a trick question, just understand that maybe I wrote it poorly and just go with the most obvious answer. Okay, so the idea is not to trick you. Any other questions regarding the test? Max?
You said it was 2 hours?
Roughly, yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, everyone moves at different speeds. I've been accused of finishing things fast, so I try to take that into account.
Oh, it's on Canvas. Does that mean we can go back to previous questions during the test?
Does Canvas let you do that?
It's up to the teacher to set the settings that way.
Oh, then yes.
By default, it lets you go to the next question, then they'll let you go back. Sometimes
I don't really have a problem with people going back and reviewing their answers. I've never done a Canvas test yet. I'm trying to
Is because
figure it out
some
as I go.
don't let you go back, and it's really frustrating because like you can't just be like, all right, I'm gonna go back to this. I want to skip one and then.
No, I definitely am okay with you going back.
Thank you.
So I'm glad someone mentioned that because I've never done a test on Canvas before. So that's its own challenges. So I will make sure that you can go back or do my best trying to. Okay, again, there's no gotchas here. I'm trying to impart you useful information that'll help you in your career that you're spending a lot of time and money to get. And I just want to make sure, and I have to make sure that you picked up what I put down to at least to a certain level. So that's my job. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to, turn any screws or make things more difficult than they have to be. But the truth is, also I have to make sure, otherwise I'm shortchanging you because some of the stuff's important. If you come out of this class, for example, and you don't know what time is of the essence is for, and how important it is, then I haven't done my job. So a little hint there for a question that will be on the test. Time is of the essence. So very, like I have to do my job and give you this knowledge. And part of it is putting accountability by making a test that's going to test the knowledge I'm giving. It makes you have to learn it. Or hopefully. Okay, so really the goal is to be fair and to the level that's fair. The only part I know no one is liking is that it is time limited. I know people do like to go back and take their time, but that's not the world. The world is time limited. Deadlines are deadlines, and that just is what it is. So, I guess on some things I like mellow, but on other things, I like to keep it real as far as real world. And real world is when the deadline's noon, the deadline's noon. Okay, any other questions on the test? Those are all good questions, and I'm glad you asked them.
Thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to go over just a few quick things from last week. I hope. Something just happened. I had it up and then it disappeared. Here we go. Okay, just real quick. I just want to kind of breeze through a few hot points from last week. Just make sure everyone got it. First of all, I wanted to mention fee simple is the best interest in land. You have ownership, the equivalent of full ownership for all time. Now, when we measure time, and I'm going to go through this quick because we did this last week, it's measured by power on one axis, meaning the power to exercise control over the property, and time, which is how long it lasts. Okay, fee simple being 100 and 100. And remember, we talked about, the different limitations of that you can't sell more than you have, but you can convey, I shouldn't say sell, you can't convey more interest in land or any property that you have, but you can convey less interest. So for example, if you own fee simple, you can give a life estate. Okay, that's an important thing. We talked about joint tenancies. Now, one of the things that people get wrong a lot, I've noticed, is that joint tenancies require more than one person. And when I say person, I mean corporation too, a corporation and business entity. So in order for there to be a joint tenancy, there has to be at least 2 owners. Could be 1,000 owners, but at least 2 owners. And as we mentioned, the most common form and the standard default form is tenants in common, where everyone owns a proportionate share. Then we have joint tenants at rights of survivorship, where everyone owns an indivisible share, meaning everyone owns kind of 100%. And finally, we have tenants by the entirety. And under this format, the couple has to be married. And the easiest way to think about it, it works almost like tenants with joint tenants at right of survivorship, except the difference is the marriage owns the property. So individual members of the marriage, spouse and or spouse, what goes on in their lives doesn't really matter. As far as like getting judgments or liability or trying to sell it, you can't. Both spouses, it has to be both spouses. And of course, there can only be two in this day and age in this country.
And you said that tenants under entirety?
That's tenants by the entirety. And the easiest way to remember this one is the entirety, or some people will say entireties, is a oldie way of talking about marriage. The entirety is the marriage. It just was another way, just like fee is another way of saying ownership and land. Entirety and property law is another way of saying marriage. Okay, so that's, I don't know a better way, it's just a definition of the word. Entirety basically means marriage. This means tenants by marriage. Okay, and it's an important concept, mostly because, and it's, again, this stuff isn't just property, this is like bank accounts. And it's because the debts of one spouse can't affect the marriage owned property. The wishes to will the property away from your spouse don't work because the marriage owns the property. Of course, when one of the spouses passes away, it breaks and the person owns it solely, not tenants in common, because there's only one person. If they get divorced, the marriage is broken, the entirety is broken, and it falls back to tenants in common. So the toughie there is that. Now the joint tenants right of survivorship, the really important takeaway is that if everyone owns 100%, if one person dies, ceases to be, then everyone else still owns 100%. So, and I'll tell you, this stuff comes up in real life. I have a case going on right now, a literal lawsuit that's going on right now that is really on this whole joint tenants right of survivorship concept. A spouse owned a property with a sibling, and the siblings, had originally owned a tenants in common, and then they switched it to joint tenants at right of survivorship. A decade or so later, one of the, in this case, brothers passed away, and the spouse is like, wow, how come I don't get this, his share of the property? And sued, actually, which is, I don't know how she found a lawyer to do that, but because it's kind of pretty straightforward in my book. But that's a real thing, because and this was an investment property, obviously. We're not getting into homestead, that's another class. There was no spousal share, there was no inheritance rights, there's no heirs, because it just stayed with the other brother. So, I mean, on an investment, it's a way that often used to cut out spouses or children. Okay, and then we talked about ownership in entities. I'm not going to hit that too much. We talked about title insurance and all that covers, and I don't think I need to hit that again. Okay, we talked about deeds being the tangible manifestation of an intent to transfer real property, meaning, and really one of the key takeaways, and I don't know if I hit this hard enough, is that the really important part of understanding a deed is understanding intent. Okay, so if there's ever like a question of the effect of the deed, the courts will look to the intent of the parties. So really, it's not the deed that transfers the property, it's the intent that transfers the property. You still have to do a deed, but that's not the point. So it's not like a title to a car where you just sign the back. And a lot of people mess that up. And also a lot of people really mess up the fact in real life that deeds have consequences. Once they're done, they're done. There's no backsies. And it's also the other part, and I think it's important you know, that there are statutory requirements. It has to be notarized, have to have two witnesses, etc. And if you don't follow them, the deed is not valid. We talked about the warranties in a warranty deed and why they're important. And we talked about present and future interest. And I think one of the keyest takeaways to future interests is that the future interest holder owns it now. They just don't get use and possession of the property now, but they do have an ownership right because it's vested. Okay. And then finally, we talked about easements being just little pieces that whittle away at that 100% of the power. by giving people, for example, with an easement, a right to cross or use someone's land for a specific purpose. Anyone have any questions on last week? Good. Hopefully that means you can hear me. All right, so I just wanted to hit that again because it was a lot of stuff. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about loans, mortgages, and other debt. And specifically, we're talking about how it relates to real property. The first thing we're going to talk about is types of loans. Now, and again, in this case, we're talking about loans for real property.
Are you intending to share a screen?
Not yet.
Okay.
I will then. We will be going over some forms, like what they look like, but first we can talk about the concepts. What's important to understand primarily as like the first piece of this, that if you don't get this part, you're not going to get any other part, is that when you pay your mortgage for the month, you're not. You're paying your promissory note so the lender doesn't use the mortgage. And what that means is that when you sign a loan package, a mortgage loan, and you'll almost always hear me use the term when I write, always mortgage loan, because a mortgage loan is a bundle of documents making up the mortgage loan that include the mortgage, the note, and some other documents we'll talk about. So when you borrow the money to buy a house, let's say, or a 50-story building downtown, you're signing a promissory note. And a promissory note is nothing more complicated than an IOU. So it's, I'm giving you money, you're going to pay me back with interest based on these terms. It's that simple. Okay, a mortgage in Florida, and we're going to talk a little bit about this in a little more detail in a minute, is a lien on a piece of property to collateralize the promissory note, meaning that the lien on the property is in effect a threat that if the borrower doesn't repay the loan or otherwise abide by the conditions and terms of the loan, and more on that a little later, the bank can or the lender, I should say, can use the mortgage to take the property back to use towards paying down the loan or paying off the loan, as the case may be. So it's a very important concept. You don't pay a mortgage. You pay your note so the bank doesn't use the mortgage. So, then this is the reason why we say, when we did last week, we talked about the or gives to the E. So the mortgagor gives to the mortgagee. Now you think about it, the bank gave me a loan, right? They're the lender, you're the borrower, or borrowee is really, but it's vendor and vendee in legal talk. Okay, so it does still make sense with the or E thing. But so the bank is giving you the loan, but you're giving them a mortgage, right? Because you're giving them a lien on your property to protect and collateralize their mortgage. Now, we talked last week about real property, okay, being land and everything permanently affixed to it. So the land, the house, the lights, that's all real property. And we talked about personal property, or it may have been the week before. And personal property is everything else. It's your shirt, it's your chair, it's your, comfy recliner, it's your television, whatever. Okay, it's your car. That's all personal property. A legal word for personal property is chattel. Chattel, chattel. And the reason I'm bringing that up is in certain things you read and certain things you'll see, the word chattel is used. Because personal property is kind of, I guess, confusing, and lawyers like funny words. And it actually has feudal meanings, meaning going back, 500-600 years, but it's called chattel. There's such a thing as a chattel mortgage For example, if you went and bought at City Furniture, your couch, and pay over time, you see all those ads, you will be signing, if you're financing it, a chattel mortgage, meaning that they can come and take the chairs back if you don't pay. Believe it or not. So the mortgage all this stuff applies to all property. Interestingly, I've learned not that long ago that people can finance dogs and cats and other pets, I'm assuming. And also there's really no interest rate limitation. So don't ever do that unless you hate yourself, because you're going to end up paying like 800% interest. But those loans are chattel loans. They have, in effect, chattel mortgages over the pet. They can literally come and take the pet back with those loans. And it's like, wow, that's crazy. But originally, back in the feudal times, and even more recently in the colonial times, a lot of these chattel mortgages were used for livestock. And so a lot of it comes from that too. So it's not just a pet. I know a lot of people don't agree, but legally is nothing but personal property, chattel, which is, it doesn't take in love and consideration and that your dog is your, sibling or child. Like a lot of people think, legally speaking, at least, not emotionally, they're property, and they can be mortgaged just like a house. So, and I use this to illustrate that mortgages just are set up the property as security to repay the loan. And if you can understand this concept, that the mortgage creates a lien against your house or the property for repayment of the note, which is, literally the IOU or the loan itself, you're going to be ahead of the game of most people. Now, this comes from, and we're not the only type of, that's not the only type of mortgage. It's the only type of mortgage in Florida where the mortgage is a lien on the real property. So we'll get into this in great detail a little later in the class today, but to begin with, you have to understand the meanings of words. And one of the words I want you to understand is the word gauge, as in mortgage, I should say. Okay. And a gauge is a medieval finance term, just like fee simple, remember? Where a gauge of land was a usufructuary pledge of real property. Usufructuary, okay? USUFRUCTORY. Usufructuary, okay? Pledge of real property. And again, funny words. This one's actually, I think, coming from Germanic. A usufruct, which is, you'll never hear anyone say outside of a classroom because we have new words for it. But I'm saying it for a reason, because hopefully this will be one of those bring things together moment. Okay, a usufruct is a limited real property right. Okay, which is, I'm throwing a lot of terms real quick. We'll go detail as the class goes on, like I try to. Now, when we talk about a limited real property right, we talk about in rem. So if something is in rem, it means it only affects the property, not the people who own the property. In as much as it affects their ownership interest, obviously. So, for example, if you borrow something and it's only in rem, the bank can use the collateral, but they can't chase you personally for not paying the loan. It's only affecting the property. In rem, right? In rem down, IN space REM. Very important. Okay, and it just means, it's Latin. It just means related to the property. Okay, it's the opposite of an in personam or personal. And you've always heard, which is Latin for personal. You've always heard the term like, oh, I'm going to hold you personally responsible. There's a reason, because it's a different right than holding you in rem responsible. Meaning that it's not you that's responsible, it's your organization, it's the property, it's whatever. But if it's personally responsible in personam, then it's different. So usufruct is basically just means an in rem right that was, and it doesn't really exist here anymore, that was found in civil law jurisdictions that unite or separate the two property interests. Can anyone remember from last week what the two property interests are? In other words, the two types of ownership of property. Max?
Possessive and vested.
No. Good guess, but no. Anyone else? Oh, I thought I saw one. Okay, legal ownership and beneficial ownership. Okay, so legal ownership is the use, what's known as the use or the usus. Okay, in Germanic, it's the right to use and enjoy the property directly but without altering it, meaning the beneficial interest in the property. You have the right to use it and possess it. You get the benefit of it. And a little different is that the fructus, which is the fruit of the property, as in usufruct, right, is the right to derive profit from the thing possessed, such as selling props, leasing movables, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the usufruct deals with the possession and profit, monetary benefit, the rents, if you will, of the property. So when you have a gauge, what interest that is in the property is the possession and fruits of the property, the profit from the property. That's what a gauge is. Okay, so when you talk about mort gauge, if anyone knows their Latin, what's mort? Give you a hint, think mortician.
Death.
Dead. Yeah, it means dead. So mort is a dead gauge. And believe it or not, there's something that's the opposite of a mortgage, though you never hear about it. It's called a vivgage. And they actually exist, just not here. And we have things that are kind of similar to it, but not in Florida. Okay, so a mortgage is a dead gauge. What does that mean? It means that the person who owns the property owns it, but gives the bank or the lender the benefit or the profit of the property. So originally, the way mortgages and other gauges worked was the feudal lord, the landlord, would go to his tenants, which just actually used to mean property owners or the equivalent of property owners. That's why we have tenants in common, et cetera, and say, you can use this property, but I get a portion of the crops. So I own all this property, all this land. I'm the Duke of Wellington, but you can use this little part of Wellington. You can use that, and you can use that little part of Wellington, and everyone gets a part of Wellington. Look under your seats, but you got to give me half your crops. Boom. Okay, that was a mortgage, or close enough that it works for this class. So that's where mortgages came from. Now, there's two ways that worked back then, and there's two ways it works now. The first way it worked back then was the Duke of Wellington would transfer ownership of the property, but maintain rights over the usufruct, the fruits of the property. Okay, that the crops, basically. And the other way was the Duke would keep ownership of the property, but in effect rent the property to the tenant in exchange for the fruits or part of the crops, for example. And if you look at it, it turns out to be pretty interesting, because that sounds an awful like our modern mortgage and our modern lease, right? So that's where this stuff came from. So when you give someone a mortgage, okay, you buy the property from the seller, you give the bank a mortgage, you own the property. Their mortgage is a lien on the property, where you're giving part of the fruit of the property, the profit, the use of the property. You're paying for the privilege. And if you stop paying, they can use it through the courts to retake the property towards payment. And that's where that comes from. But in other states, not Florida, where they're title theory mortgages, the bank actually owns the property in trust for you until you pay off the loan. And how does this work in real life? Well, it's very easy. We'll look at Florida and we'll look at Georgia. Okay, in Florida, we are a lien theory mortgage state. Okay, and what that means is everything we just spoke about. The owner owns the property. Okay, so the individual will say owns the property, and the lender has a lien on the property. And if the owner stops paying their loan payments, the lender can go to court and ask the bank to transfer ownership of the property or to the lender, in effect, to sell the property and have the proceeds from the sale go to be applied towards the loan. Okay, that's how it works in Florida. So if you don't pay your mortgage, the bank sues you for foreclosure. If and when they win, the property goes to sale, and the money that comes from the sale goes to the lender. And any extra money, which is called a surplus, goes to the homeowner, or the former homeowner anyway, because it was their property. So the bank's lien, their mortgage, does not exceed the amount of money that's owed. So if Nick owns a property worth, Nick looks rich, $4 million, and he needs to buy a new Ferrari, so he takes out a mortgage for $600,000. And so now he has a $4 million property with a $600,000 mortgage on it. Nick decides that he just doesn't like the lender anymore and decides not to pay. The lender takes him to court, files a foreclosure, wins because, I don't know, half the judge. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, they win because Nick wasn't paying, and they sell the property at clerk sale. An investor comes at clerk sale, says, oh, this is a nice property. I always wanted Nick's house. I'm going to buy it for $3.9 million. So there's a bidding process. They hand over the money, $3.9 million. The court gives them title to the property, and the bank gets all $3.9 million. No, I'm just kidding. The bank only gets its $600,000 because that's all it's owed, plus attorney's fees, interest, etc. The rest of the money goes back to Nick because it was his property. He owned it. So that's how that works, okay, in Florida. Now in Georgia, where it's not a lien theory state, it's a title theory state, it works quite differently. Up there, you don't have mortgages, though often they're called mortgages. You have deeds of trust. And what this means is that when you borrow money from a lender, you're deeding the property to them in trust for yourself. So you have the beneficial owner. Remember, we talked about that. They're the trustee in effect of it. And if you don't pay the loan, all they have to do is go to court and get it basically get it transferred, the beneficial ownership transferred to them. They don't got to go through the whole judicial foreclosure process, no really due process with it at all. They just go to the court and say, look, and it's administrative. Meaning they go to the court still because you have to go somewhere, but it's more just here's my forms, they didn't pay me. And the court, in that case, will immediately transfer the full ownership, in other words, the beneficial part, since the bank already has the trust part, to the bank and give you a short period of time to contest, saying, hey, the bank's lying. And that's it. So they already own your property in trust for you. And all they have to do is file a little bit of paperwork to finish it. That's how you do it in Georgia. That's not how we do it in Florida. Florida is called a judicial state, a judicial foreclosure state, and Georgia is administrative foreclosure state. Okay, same basic concept, whereas the mortgage or the deed of trust, which is really just another way of saying mortgage, is collateralizes the loan, but very, very different administrative aspect. As you can imagine, it's a lot quicker and cheaper for lenders to foreclose in Georgia than it is in Florida, where you have to go through the whole court system. Okay, so the reason I wanted to explain the differences is to draw the difference of how we do it in Florida. Okay, everyone got that concept of mortgages before I throw the next one at you? Max?
Florida is the judicial state, Georgia is the non-judicial state because
Correct.
They don't have to go through the court.
They don't have to foreclose, basically. They just need to administratively finalize their interest. And again, as real estate developers, you kind of need to know the difference, right? Because if you ever do anything outside of Florida, it might be a title theory state, which is very favorable to the lenders, not very favorable to the property owners. Additionally, just to make things a little more confusing, there's two types of mortgages regarding personal liability. Remember before we talked about vivgages and mortgages, kind of comes from this, but now we call it recourse and non-recourse. Okay, recourse means that if you borrow money from the bank and you don't pay it back, they can sue you personally and or attempt to foreclose your property to get repaid. And to the extent that your property doesn't cover what you owe, you still owe the difference. That's recourse. Okay, in other words, they have recourse against you personally, the property owner. Non-recourse means that the lender is limited to taking the collateral back. And they can't come after you personally. They can only go after the property. You could say it's an in rem only mortgage. Remember that in rem for a little while ago, whereas the recourse loans are in rem and in personam. In other words, property and personal. Okay. Now, to make things a little more confusing is that in commercial settings everywhere, you can negotiate whether or not a loan is with recourse or without. So your typical Fannie Mae loan in Florida is going to be with recourse. In other words, they can get a deficiency, or frankly, if the house burns down, they can skip it totally and just sue you and not even go after the house, which happens sometimes, believe it or not. It's a loan with collateral. But you can also agree with your bank that it's a non-recourse loan. Okay, so for example, think of a reverse mortgage. They're non-recourse, meaning that after the person who lives there their whole life, they get to keep the mortgage without making payments, they pass away. If that property is worth $100,000 and the loan is grown to be $200,000, the bank can take the house back, but they can't go after the estate or the heirs for the difference. It's non-recourse, meaning it's the bank is limited to only taking the property back to have it sold. Okay, a hard equity loan, some of you may have heard of that, a hard equity loan in its true form, because the term's often misused, it is non-recourse, meaning that it has nothing to do with you, your ability to pay or anything else. It's only about the value in the property. The lender is limited in a true hard equity loan, not what you necessarily see on the streets, but a true hard equity loan, to only going after the property. In Florida, we can have non-recourse loans and recourse loans. However, up until the time you get to very specialized situations like a reverse mortgage or hard equity, the large majority of loans are recourse, meaning they can go after the property and the person. In certain other places, residential loans are non-recourse, like California, for example, to the best of my knowledge, meaning you can only take the property, not go for a deficiency judgment, not attack directly. So why does this matter, right? Well, number one, if you're going to be doing lending or borrowing money, to build a development, you're going to want to know whether they have recourse, meaning are you only in jeopardy for the assets that your company is putting into this property? Or is your company in jeopardy for all of the money against its other assets, as it would be in recourse? So that's pretty important, obviously, when you're doing that. Questions on recourse, non-recourse? Max?
Could you repeat that a little bit slower? Recourse is when the company is in jeopardy of more than just.
Yeah, so whether it's a person or a company, but if a loan is recourse, the borrower owes the money, and to make it simple, the property owes the money, both. They own it together. The lender can go after the person, the lender can go after the property, the lender can go after both. And I'll give you a great example. Okay, non-recourse is limited just to the property. Here's a great example. So you have a lender that has a property, okay, homeowner buys a property, they get an 80-20 loan. Does anyone know what an 80-20 is? Just curious. Okay, so whoever knows, tell Juliet, I see you nodding your head. What's an 80-20?
I don't think I was nodding my head at you.
Oh,
Sorry,
sorry.
I might have just been moving.
It's okay.
But I
Anyone know
do
what
have
an
a, but I
80-20?
do have a question about this when you're
Okay,
done.
wait 1 second and I'll
Yeah.
get back to
LTV,
Uh,
capital stack.
you. Sure. So
Yeah, loans.
80-20 refers, and I'm going to give it because people are, I can hear and in class here, nibbling around the answer. An 80-20 loan, it has to do with the loan to value and the value of the property. If the property is worth $100,000, to make it simple, the lender gives two loans, a first mortgage for 80%, and then a second mortgage with less good terms for 20%. And today we'll actually get into some of the reasons why they might do that. So it's a first mortgage and a second mortgage that together constitute 100% financing. The simple idea of this is that because it's only 80% on the first loan, it's a conventional mortgage, which have typically better rates and terms, whereas a 20% would have worse terms, but it's only like higher interest, for example, but it's only on 20%. You're still giving the 100% financing, and you can be giving it in better overall terms, potentially, than if you just did 100% financing like FHA. Okay, so let's say you have the situation with a first mortgage and a second mortgage. The lender, time goes by, the borrower stops paying. The lender on the first mortgage, which is oftentimes the same lender as the second mortgage, but not always, goes to foreclose. But now, because they haven't been paying the loan and the lender had to cover the taxes and they forced place insurance, the loan's for like $110,000, the property is only worth $100,000. So the lender forecloses the property, gets most or if not all of the money it's owed, and this second mortgage is still out there. Now the second mortgage is foreclosed off the property, meaning its lien is destroyed by foreclosure. Why? Because that's what foreclosure does. Foreclosure means you're foreclosing everyone's interest who has less interest than you. Okay, we have a whole class on foreclosure, so you don't need that for the test yet, just the basic concepts. That's what foreclosure means. It means that I am the bank, I have better interests than the owner because they signed it over to me, than the second mortgage, than the roofing lien that came after me. You're all out of the way. I go first. Okay, so now the second mortgage loan doesn't have a mortgage because someone bought the property at foreclosure sale and they don't have a lien on it anymore. If that second mortgage is recourse, they can sue the borrower individually for repayment because they still have a promissory note. It's recourse. There's full recourse to the borrower. So now the bank with the second mortgage, which is now just a loan, not a mortgage loan, comes after the borrower, sues them for a personal judgment. If that loan had been non-recourse, they could not do that. Their loan would be gone. There's no property left. There's nothing to go after. Make sense? So I hope that illustration kind of recourse and non-recourse. Now, those of you in the commercial world, recourse, non-recourse comes up a lot. It's a pretty key concept for commercial lending. For residential lending in Florida, it's almost all recourse. Okay, the commercial, depending on the situation, it could be a non-recourse or a hybrid, like limited recourse. Okay, so it is really kind of an important concept for y'all.
I have a question.
Yes.
So as a developer, if I'm looking at developing a new ground up project, what would be the deciding factor for me to decide non-recourse or recourse? Is it basically come down to interest rates or the type of terms that you're getting?
Yeah, it's a package. right? So you're, of course, as an, if you're creating a company that is just owning this property, like a special purpose company just to own this property, it really doesn't matter if it's recourse or non-recourse, right? Because all they can do is, even if they get it the company that owns the property, there's nothing else in it. But if your company owns 40 other properties and, you know, you're a little unsure about the valuation of this property when completed, it being non-recourse may be very helpful to you, because then you're not going to have the personal liability in the company. Okay. Where it becomes really important for in a commercial sense is that when you have a recourse loan, even though there's collateral, you have to carry the debt on your books, on your balance sheets, because the company is liable for it. So it changes your capital mix. Whereas a non-recourse loan, because the company isn't liable for it, it only affects the property on the books, the value of the property, not the value of the company. So that's why a company, for example, may want a non-recourse loan, even if it's a very safe investment. Though, frankly, that's a little bit above the spec of this class. That won't be on the test, that little piece.
Professor, can I ask you a question? The recourse and non-recourse only has to do with the lender that's lending you the money for the property. It has
Correct.
nothing to do with, like, if you homestead a house in Florida and I have a business and I don't give the lender that lent my business money, you know, as long as I homestead my house, they can't really come after it. It's two totally separate things.
Totally separate. That is correct, but it's totally separate. And we will be doing homestead, I think, next week.
Okay.
It's on the syllabus somewhere, but we
I've
will
had
be
to
doing
do it. That's
homestead
the only reason I know.
in detail. Yes. And we're actually going to go over personal guarantees today too, which ties into that too, which are different than recourse, non-recourse.
So recourse and non-recourse is literally like who just lends you the money for a house. That's it. That's their
Yes,
power.
it's whether or
Nobody
not
else's
the-
power.
whether or not the mortgage lender can also come after the owner of the property, or are they just limited to the property itself?
Okay,
And
perfect.
the easiest way to think it, if you're familiar with hard equity lending,
Mhm.
where the lender isn't looking at the person, or lending solely on the property, that's typically non-recourse.
No, I get the
It-
concept. I just wanted to make sure that the like other people coming and taking it was a separate thing.
Yes, correct. That is totally separate. This
Got
is
it.
not a liability shield. It's just a term of the loan.
Okay.
Okay, and the main reason I'm really mentioning it is, number one, you'll run into it commercially, but also if you work for a company that's in multiple states, other states have some recourse restrictions for certain types of loans. So it will come up, so you kind of need to understand it. For the most part in Florida, everything's recourse, but not all.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
Professor,
go ahead.
quick question.
Yes.
What are the major benefits, you know, let's say for ground up development of going non-recourse as opposed to recourse?
Well, the tax implications and protecting other assets of the company. But realistically, it's going to be less up to you than it is up to the lender. Unless you're a really big company who can set their own terms. You know, it's a very important when you're dealing with real estate development, like most things, that you always remember the golden rule. Does anyone know what the golden rule is? Someone's gotta.
Do unto others is
Do unto others as you would like to be done to you.
That works until you graduate high school. After that, it's the one with the gold makes the rules. Yes, there is two golden rules. The one that we all should follow personally, but the one you have to understand in real life, the one with the gold makes the rules. It's the golden rules, kind of like the law of mass tonnage. You know, the heavier vehicle has the right of way. So that's just the truth. So if you're going hand in hand to borrow money from the bank, you're going to take the terms they give you. If you're a giant company, for example, or for whatever reason, you're holding the cards and the bank wants your business, then you can set better terms. The one with the gold makes the rules. And, you know, I hate to be cynical because I'm not, but been doing this a while now. It's a very, very valid rule.
my world, non-recourse is really common. It's just slightly more expensive capital. You'll typically charge like a couple more points on the interest rate. And it's the main benefit is for if you have multiple, like a ton of property, not a ton of properties, but you're developing multiple properties and you're using higher leverage. If you're going to use higher leverage, there's a greater risk that if there's a decline in it, property won't be able to perform. And therefore, they're going to come after your property if you're not able to make those payments. So it really reduces your portfolio risk if your individual loans on the properties are non-recourse. That's the main benefit.
Yep. Right on. Right on. And again, it's the big company with the multiple properties that has the leverage to get a non-recourse loan.
I have another question.
Yes.
So let's go back to the development concept I just mentioned. So I'm coming out of the ground with new construction, and I decide to get a non-recourse construction loan. Okay, and I get close to, let's say, 80% done or 70% done on the project, and I get a mortgage to take out that construction loan. How does non-recourse and recourse play in the takeout loan, or is that something that happens?
Go ahead, Alexander. Alex.
Sorry, this is like right in my. So I do capital.
No, it's fine.
This is exactly what I deal with. It's just going to be slightly more expensive on the interest rate. And what I would recommend you looking into, James, is doing a bridge to perm to take out the construction loan, which if you're doing a multifamily project, it's going to be really, really cheap capital. They'll give you 85% LTV. Your project doesn't have to be fully stabilized, just as long as it's near stabilization or there's the anticipation that it will be stabilized. And the interest rate that you'll probably be charged on a residential would be between mid 3s to low 4s for bridge to perm product.
But also understand, if you're if you're not a big company with spread assets, and let you just building a duplex, you really don't have to worry about recourse, non-recourse, because you can just make a special purpose LLC to own this property. So whether it's recourse or not, they're only getting at the company that only owns the property. So, if you're, Lennar, whatever, one of these giant companies that has a ton of properties, but even then you'll see they do every development in a special purpose vehicle, SPV, like a special company just for that development, again, to limit that spread. Okay. So
I used to work for them. They're a great company.
Yeah, they can be.
To work for them.
Yeah, no, they can be. They have certain parts of it that I understand are pretty harsh. Other parts are very good to work at. It's very like siloed, from what I hear. But I actually deal with them quite a bit.
It was a while ago, 6 years ago.
Vis-a-vis North American Title, which was the title underwriter they started. They're nice people. I do a fair amount with Lennar, but their gobble up arm, their hard investment people are hardcore. If you ever dealt with them, hardcore.
No, I was their permit runner for all their new home construction, which I loved, but I didn't have to deal with any of that.
No, I got you. Yeah, and they're a pleasant company. What I was saying, they have good benefits. Okay, so now that we got past recourse, non-recourse, we're going to jump into types of loans. Okay, so the typical loan we've been pretty much talking about now is a bank loan. Just an institution. When I say bank loan, I mean institutional lender. And what an institutional lender is a company that's in the business of lending money. It could be part of their business or all of their business. You also have private equity loans. Okay, and this is just somebody or a company that isn't really in the business of lending money, that is lending money in this case. This could be, and we'll talk about it as a slightly different subject, a relative, but more often than not, it's just a small, rich couple that makes a little company to lend money to people for income purposes as like a side business or a business. They're not an institutional lender because, it's not like a bank where, it's a big company and they have all these processes and procedures. It's just private money. Now, again, some of these private money funds can be pretty big, but they're still not considered institutional. Okay. And again, this isn't a law class, so I'm not getting into the little, regulations and administrative. It's just that you understand there's a difference. And part of the reason why it's important to understand the differences is there's some differences in the rules that affect each. One of the things you'll find with institutional lenders is that for the most part, they use standard form paper, meaning that everyone pretty much is signing the same basic terms, just with, higher or lower interest or whatever. Whereas a private money, it's all over the place. Then you have a mezzanine loan. Okay. And a mezzanine loan is a form of financing that blends debt and equity. Mezzanine loans always confuse people, but they're not that confusing. Lenders provide what's called subordinated loans, meaning that they're less senior than a normal mortgage. So secondary financing, if you will, though sometimes it's primary, but they have a less high standing as far as a loan, and they reserve, sometimes get it now, sometimes have the ability to get it later, ownership in the company, what's known as equity. Okay, and I'll give you an example when we finish going through it. And again, that lien position of the loan positioning has a lot to do with bankruptcy law, but the higher your priority, the more likely you are to get paid if something bad happens. Mezzanine debt typically has a lower priority than senior for bankruptcy, like we just said. Depending on the conditions of the loan, the lenders may be able to set conditions for the business operations, okay, or even get more equity if the loan doesn't get repaid. So for example, and you'll see this a lot with startups. So you start up a company or you're doing a project and you need money, and the banks are going to want, either they won't give you the money you need additional because you already have a mortgage, or you need more money. So you go to a mezzanine finance and they say, well, we'll give you the money, but number one, we want 10% of your company non-voting. If you go in default, that becomes 20% of your company or 50% of your company. When you finish the project, we want to be able to buy another 15% of the company at today's price. Oh, and by the way, you got to pay us back all the money because we're not just buying the property, it's part of it. But we're going to give you a 2% interest rate, interest only, let's say. And also, you have to use this contractor, finish by this date, and have to sell it for at least $200 a square foot. That's a perfect example of mezzanine financing. Okay, confusing as heck, but any questions? I mean, it's kind of not confusing, I guess.
No, in my experience, I think mezz debt is usually a filler to because you can't get enough on the regular loan amount, right? And when I think of a bank loan institutional, they're usually backed by big insurance companies. Is that the case mostly? Like
Yes,
Barclays
yes.
and all those?
Yeah, most institutional loans are insured. We'll go over that too, actually, in a few minutes. But everyone understand mezzanine. Mezzanine blows people's mind because it's a weird word, but it's a pretty easy concept. You're basically taking on a lender/investor.
Let me ask you a question. What lien position would they be in? So in the capital stack, would it be, would they have first position, or would they fall behind the your equity partners?
It depends. It depends. Depends on the terms of what you agree to. Depends how bad you need the money.
Yeah, typically if you need mezz debt, that means they're going to ask you to get paid out first. Usually.
Yeah, typically. But it also depends when you're taking on. I mean, realistically, a lot of smaller projects may get family mezz debt, family and friend mezzanine loans, where you're going to your dad or whatever and saying, hey, I'll give you the $100,000. You don't have to pay me anything right now. When you finish the project, you got to pay me 110 plus, I get 15% of the profit. That's a pretty typical private mezzanine type thing. And you don't see this just so you know in property. You see this in startup companies and any kind of asset. Just like most everything we're talking about, it really does play out.
So
Okay.
are they viewed as equity or as debt? I know you
Yes.
mentioned both.
Yes, they're both. And again, it's, you know, mezzanine is a broad term for, and maybe it's levels, right? Mezzanines, levels. So it's a broad term. So they may have present equity. They may have options for equity. You know, a lot of the times the lender may not want equity now, just the opportunity to buy equity at a certain price later, or some mix of it.
The way
But again, I think that Alec made a really good point. 1 second, Alex. I think that Alec made a really good point, and is that these are not typically your first source of financing.
Yes. It's when you're trying to close. You're trying to
maybe, or
close
you
the
just need a
gap.
little more money, or you can't get your first source of financing, or whatever. You know, but it's usually done for a reason. Alex?
Yep, sorry, I was gonna chime in too. The way we sell it normally is kind of like higher leverage. So someone who's trying to get higher leverage on the property in terms of their capital. So let's say that you have someone who has a 10% equity position, and you have a 80% senior position. Sometimes the senior lender will actually, and this is not typical in like a bank loan, but more of like a institutional, like a private equity type player, where it'll be viewed as basically a debt at a higher interest rate. And if the loan doesn't perform, they have the ability to typically take possession of your position if you're not performing. But basically it's viewed as like a bridge to fill the gap between not having enough equity and getting higher leverage on the property, so that you don't have to fill the 10% equity position.
I have a question. Are there like any set terms for mezz debt? Like, is there a specific go-to, like conventional, this is what you're looking at, or it's kind of up in the air based on whatever that lender wants to provide or your circumstance?
It's circumstantial.
Okay. So it can be debt only. It doesn't necessarily have to be debt and equity. It just
Well,
depends
if
on
it's
the
debt
situation.
only, it's not a mezzanine loan.
Got it. Okay.
That's the whole point. If it's debt only, which is very common, it's just a
secondary or
more
tertiary
risky, or exactly, a more risky type of equity loan, normal equity loan, private equity typically. And that's the difference. With private equity, someone's just lending you money. With mezzanine loans, someone's lending you money and you're giving them some ownership interest and some control over the company as well. And the scary part really isn't the ownership interest, it's the controls for the property owners. That's where, you know, you'll see people who are too desperate and agree to too much get pushed out of their own project. You know, so mezzanine is a little risky, but also it's also widely used even with large companies and large projects, because it can be a great way to get money when you need it without hitting your own books. So there's a lot of it out there, but it's you know, I don't know, call it a fringe product, if you will, though it's used a lot. Okay, securitized. The concept we're going to go over is called securitized. Securitization, can everyone hear me? Okay, I sat down for a minute. Securitization is the financial practice of pooling various types of debt, such as mortgages, could be auto loans, credit cards, whatever. It could even be receivables, and selling the related cash flows to third-party investors as securities. Okay, so in other words, and I'll get into it a little more, but I just want to stop for a second. In other words, a lender will, the securitization will occur when a company buys up, let's say 100 mortgage loans. They put them in a pool. So they make basically a company, and I'm using terms loosely, to hold these 100 mortgage loans, and then they sell this parts of this pool to investors like stock. Okay, does everyone get that concept? Okay, so imagine that each and every one of you owed me $1,000. Okay, someone comes along and says, hey, Gary, I see they're paying you back on this $1,000. That's great. But how would you like all the, this X dollars now? I go, sure, here's all your debt. So they take all these individual loans and they put it in a pool. And now they're getting this income flow to you, from all you different borrowers. They're getting a payment from Dominic, a payment from Nick, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's great, but they're like, oh, well, you know what? This is pretty cool. I'm going to sell parts of my new little pool company to all my friends. So they start selling shares of that as securities, like a stock or a bond. Does that make more sense, Max?
Who is they selling
The securitization company. Usually in real life, some sort of bank or bank related company. So instead of, if I get a loan with Bank of America, Bank of America can sell my loan to Gabby. And then I got to make payments to Gabby. Gabby is not in the business of taking loan payments. So instead, Bank of America can take 100,000 of these loans, in effect, turn it into a stock situation and sell shares of that to Gabby and lots of other people, where she pays this new pooling company money to buy in, and then she gets a portion of the proceeds every month when payments are made. But those portions of proceeds are more similar to like stocks than just someone paying you because they owe you. And if this is confusing, that's okay. It's a confusing subject. It's the entire reason why the economy collapsed a decade and a half ago. Okay, so again, securitization is the practice of pooling various commercial debt instruments and selling their cash flows to third-party investors, such as securities like bonds or whatever. Okay, they're called collateralized debt obligations. They're not stock, they're collateral, CDOs. Okay, investors are repaid from the principal and interest cash flows collected from the underlying debt, and then it's redistributed through this new structure, so that you're not being repaid a loan, you're being repaid profit. So it's like, that's tax nonsense, right? Securities backed by mortgages are called mortgage-backed securities, obviously. So basically you're buying a coupon, if you will, saying, I'm giving you $10,000 and you're a company that owns $100 million in loan receivables. And every month I'm getting a XYZ piece of it, a 1.2% piece of it. But I'm not a lender. I'm not a lender. I'm just investing in this security. Right? And in effect, the mortgage-backed, the pooling company itself isn't really a lender either. They just own the right to collect the cash flows. But there's a lender in there somewhere, but we'll do a whole class on securitization and we won't. Okay, but there's a lender in there somewhere, but usually it's a servicer, like a loan servicer that you're dealing, that deals with it. So for those of you who are familiar with the foreclosure world, when you see like Barclays Bank trustee of the 2738 Greenstone Trust, that is a mortgage-backed securities. So what happens is these Wall Street folk will go to the lenders who need to recapitalize money to lend more money and say, let me buy the rights in all of these 100,000 loans for X, $100 million. And then the bank's servicer, which are the ones who actually do the collecting of the loan, will continue doing what they're doing. But now the money, instead of it going, like the profits, the payments when they come in, instead of it going to the bank, it's going to this new company that owns the payments, basically. This new company got the money to give those $100 million to the bank by selling shares of itself, the equivalent of, to all sorts of investors, which are not like investors like you and me. They're investors like China, Blackstone, huge institutional investors. And they're considered very safe investments because it's backed typically by mortgages. It could be less safe if it's a pool of, $100 million worth of credit card debt. That would pay more interest, for example, pay a higher payback. But that's what securitization is. It's very confusing, and really all you need to know is in effect that it exists and the basics of how it works. But typically most loans will end up, many loans at least, will end up in these pools. Okay, the nice part is it doesn't really affect the terms of the mortgage loan. It's really more of a back end thing, but it can also be dangerous because, you're leveraging debt on debt on debt. So economically, it can be dangerous. And we saw that when, during the Great Meltdown. And I know securitization is confusing. Does everyone kind of get the idea? And if you don't, really speak up. It's fine. Okay, good.
A quick question, Professor. Your camera's off. Is that by design?
No, no, it's not.
Your camera's not off. I can see you.
Can you?
Yeah.
Oh, there's two Gary Singers because I had to call in. Look at the other guy.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Where are you?
Yeah, because I couldn't get the speaker to work. So that's my other one's my cell phone.
Oh, there you are. You're in the other. You're in the other.
Yep.
Screen for me.
Just
a little later,
pin
we'll do
his video.
If you can pin
Yeah,
the
we'll do
video.
some screen sharing. I disappeared before because I was sitting for a minute because my back hurts. Okay, a bond is a loan taken out by a company. Instead of going to a bank, the company gets the money from investors who buy its bonds. So instead of going to a bank to borrow money, it's going to individuals. That's really all a bond is. I know it sounds really confusing, but it's just a different way to borrow money from individuals, and it could be individual investors, investment companies, instead of going to a bank to borrow money. And bonds pay what's called an interest coupon, which has an annual interest rate as a percent of how much the face value of the bond. What's interesting about bonds is depending on the company and how big of a bond issue it was, those face values can be sold. In other words, bonds are things that are sellable at different rates. So you could buy $100 bond for $90 and get 0.003% interest annually or whatever, 3% interest in effect. Okay, so it's basically a loan to an individual, but the bond itself becomes negotiable or tradable. And that's why you have a bond market. So Microsoft or Amazon or whatever may say, hey, look, we need to raise some money. Instead of going to Bank of America, we're just going to sell, and we don't want to sell more shares of our ownership. We're going to sell loans. So they issue bonds at, let's say, $100 face value. You go in and buy, 1,000 of these $100 coupons, and someone else wants them really bad because they're paying good interest or they think it's a safe way to put their money to get interest. They pay you $105 for the bond. So you make money on the bond and then they make money on the interest. Make sense? What's interesting about a bond is when it ends, you get the $100 back because it's a loan. So unlike a stock, where it's just worth a proportionate share of the company, a bond actually has a face value. Now, these bond issues can go out for a long period of time, but a perfect example of a bond is a U.S. savings bond, where for $50, you give the government $50, they give you this coupon. You don't get annual interest, but at the end of 5 or 7 years, it's now $100. So you're buying $100 in 7 years for $50 now. Whereas a corporate bond may pay annual interest. Sometimes it just pays it into itself, and then you're getting it at a big discount. Now, those individual bonds are sellable to other people or other institutions. Their terms are all over the place. And they're based on its indenture, which is like the loan documents. Questions on bonds? Good. Bonds are another one that seem confusing, but once you get to the gist of it, it's really not. Then you have purchase money, which really is a fancy way of saying a seller-held loan. So buyer goes to the seller, hey, I want to buy your house, but I don't want to get a bank loan. The seller says, sure, I'll give you a loan. They sell them the property, but they, only collect 20% of the cash and give a mortgage loan for 80% of the cash to close. Let's say it's $100,000, $80,000, and they collect interest just like any other lender.
Okay, this is more like vendor take back, right? I think in Canada they use VTV.
I'm not used to that word. I don't know. It might be. I've never heard that. It's possible.
Name for it here though. Purchase.
Yeah, I mean, we call it purchase money mortgages or seller held mortgages.
Seller held mortgages. Okay.
Yeah, and it could be a vendor take back because a vendor is a seller and they're taking back a mortgage.
Yeah.
So I can see that.
Got it.
Okay, and it's kind of, we're going to go over something a little later called an agreement for deed, which we'll go over a little later, but this is kind of in a way, the opposite of it. They're not very confusing. I mean, it's a pretty easy concept. The seller's, financing part of your purchase personally through themselves rather than making you go to a bank. Why would you want to do this? Oftentimes you can't get a loan, but you have money, like you're a drug dealer or something. So you're all cash and the bank won't give you a loan. No, I'm just kidding. Like you're a small business owner, which makes it really hard to show your money. Or sometimes the seller just doesn't need the cash now. I'd rather get an income stream. I know more than several elderly people who are doing very well because they own properties, they rented them, and then they hit a certain age and they sold them to their tenants and took back financing. And now they're getting an income stream from these mortgages that they gave when they sold without having the responsibilities of being a landlord. And eventually 30 years or whatever goes by and it gets paid off. Or the person stops making the payments and they'll have to foreclose. So that's going to be a very, very good investment circumstance. And, whether you know it or not, in effect, quite often when you're buying from a big developer, a house or whatever, you're taking back a seller-held mortgage. You just don't know you are because they probably own a good portion of the lender they're pushing you to. So those are not considered seller-held mortgages. So what's important to know realistically in the residential world about seller-held mortgages is that if the seller is not in the business of doing it, they just do it once in a blue moon, they're kind of accepted from most of the Dodd-Frank regulations that regulate lenders. It's a carve out for seller-held mortgages if they don't do it a lot. I'm not going to go into all those details, but it is a way potentially around Dodd-Frank for sellers that are holding a mortgage. Unlike private or family loans. So if Alex wants to lend money to his sister to buy a house, Alex has to jump through pretty much all of the same origination standards that Bank of America would. Because Alex, as a private lender, even though it's to a family member, is subject to the Dodd-Frank banking regulations. So private loans to family members are not very common anymore because of Dodd-Frank. It's kind of an unintended consequence. But basically all a private mortgage is, if dad and mom or whatever want to loan money to their kid for their first house, they would give them the mortgage. And well, they really don't do that very often anymore because of Dodd-Frank, but that's kind of the idea. It's just the same. They write up a loan paper, they write up a mortgage paper. Okay. That's how private family loans work. The key takeaway there is they are subject to banking regulations. Okay, we're going to hit. Yes.
Sorry, a question on that. Is it a similar structure if the seller does seller financing? Is it the same?
No, interestingly, as long as they don't do it very often, not more than once a year, not more than 3 a year, depending on some variables, they're exempt from, the sellers would be, as long as it's not their business, sellers would be typically exempt from Dodd-Frank regulations. And when I say Dodd-Frank regulations, basically the important parts of it are the loan origination. That's what I'm talking about. So a lender now, since the bust, has to make sure the borrower has the ability to repay the loan, and that the loan meets certain fairness considerations in its terms for residential loans. Commercials don't have to deal with this. Okay, so, for example, your kid doesn't work, you're giving them a private loan, they really have no ability to pay it back. You can't trap someone just to foreclose on them. These, stated no doc loans for houses people are going to live in don't exist anymore. They have to be originated. In other words, they have to be qualified to purchase the property, and the property has to, it has to be a loan to value, a market value, and the whole thing. There's this whole rigmarole to protect consumers in their homes that has to be gone through. And even private loans have to follow those rules. Most of the rules are suspended if it's just an individual seller is one-off holding a mortgage for a borrower. Why? I don't know. Ask Dodd or Frank, but that's how it works. Okay, that answer your question, Alex? Good. Okay, so when you talk about loans, which we talk about loan terms as the next part of it. It's like, what's the details of the loan? So we keep talking about the terms, but what does that mean? They come in various flavors, if you will, of how the bank or the lender makes money. Okay, interest is the typical way a lender makes money. When a lender loans you money for a property, they're not becoming your joint venture. They're not getting in business with you. They're giving you money, and you're going to give them back the money plus interest. Okay, that interest is limited by various factors and how much it can be. It's limited by market conditions, obviously. It's limited by the law. So, for example, you're not only allowed to loan for smaller loans up to 18% annual interest for in Florida loans. Credit cards charge higher because it's federal law instead of Florida law. Okay, if it's over 18%, it's called usury. USURY, usury. Okay, so interest higher than the legal rate is called usury. Okay, so usury in many religious aspects is sinful. Any interest charged is sinful into certain religious, like Muslims, Catholics, certain other Christians, etc. And it never used to be able to be charged. Or you'd be, in some cases, depending on how high the interest would be, what's considered a mortal sin. In other words, it was illegal in those older governments, and even some today that are church-based governments rather than, our system. Because of that, there's various other ways to loophole the religious rules. So, for example, out there, you may see Sharia compliant loans. I've actually closed some of them, where it's done through a whole structure, so it isn't actually, a Muslim investor that's making the interest, it's someone else. So that's like a whole compliance thing. So that's where some of these little intricacies with a lot of this come from, is the fact that in many cultures, historically, and even to some extent today, you're not allowed to charge interest. In our usury, in our, say again?
What's the name of it again?
Oh, well, in the case of the Muslim religion, they have, believe it or not, Sharia compliant loans, where all these rules and methods that have to be done to make the loan in compliance with the religious law for the person who believes that way. So they can take out the loan, let's say, to borrow for their house. And,
Got it.
it's a
Thank
thing
you.
to know about. It's actually a pretty, fairly, it's a widespread religion, that one in particular. And there's a lot of loans like that going on, believe it or not. I've closed some of them, and it's interesting. You got to follow certain guidelines and strictures and how you do it and how you approach it. But at the end of the day, if people are going to lend money and there's risk, they usually want a return for it in one form or another. Okay,
Yeah,
the
like how
details of it,
common is that? Like nowadays,
pretty
like,
common.
I could just come to you and be like, sorry, I'm Muslim, I'm not paying interest. Like,
No,
oh,
no, the United States law doesn't recognize that, and it would be the lender. Now, let's instead of bringing it to religion, let's just bring it to usury, because that's the whole point.
okay.
It's usury in that case is any interest in the medieval Europe, when it was run by the Pope in effect, and the kings and queens and whatnot answered to the Pope. Any interest was considered usury. So there was ways they got around it. It's one of the reasons historically. I'm being very clear, especially in modern. I'm not talking about religion here. I'm talking about history. The Jewish people would lend money because their religion didn't ban the collecting of interest, didn't ban usury. It wasn't a sin under that religion. So that obviously became, a little bit stereotyped through the years, because it was the Jewish people that were lending people, usually nobles, money and collecting interest, because the Catholic people literally were not allowed to, or they could be excommunicated from the church and have dire consequences. But the important part to take away from it, so those are historical examples. And you see it throughout this class. I really try to show where all this comes from historically, because I think it leads to better understanding. So this is usury. The point is all this is usury. Even today, modern days, people who stick to certain other strict religions, like certain Muslim faith, I guess, I don't know what the right word is for parts of a faith, people who are more observant of a faith, will not and don't think it's okay.
Like Orthodox?
Yeah, I guess Orthodox. That's a good word. So interest is not okay. It's a sin. But people still need to buy houses. So their religious leaders have come up with ways to make that happen, as long as certain rules are followed.
What a great rule. I don't want to pay interest either.
Well, then don't take out a loan. That's pretty easy. But the real point is usury. All this is usury. Now, in our modern legal society in America, usury is just interest over a certain amount is still illegal, to the point where you can go to jail by charging too high of an interest rate. It's called loan sharking. You may have all heard of it. For typical smaller loans under, let's say, 250,000, last time I looked, it's 18%. Well, that may be, I think that number may have gone up, so it doesn't matter. It's over a certain amount, okay? It's 18% annual interest. And then for higher loans, it can go up to 25%. There's very, very severe penalties for a lender to charge over the legal rate of interest. Okay, for example, losing all interest, or if it's really high, going to jail. And it's very common because it's often done accidentally, because it's not that hard when you factor in origination fees and penalties on short-term loans to accidentally go beyond 18% if you're not careful, right? So if it's a 1-year loan and it's a 12% interest rate, but there's a 3% penalty if you don't pay it back within a year, and there was a 5% loan origination fee, you've now gone beyond 18%, and you have a usury problem. And that's where it kind of comes into this class. So lenders can, in our system, charge interest, but only to a certain level. And that level gets higher and higher, the larger the amount of money being borrowed and the larger the loan. Now, over a certain rate, besides being illegal, it's also punishing. And it's punishing in that it's almost impossible to pay it back, and something becomes so big so quickly. And I've seen many real estate investors defeated by taking desperation loans at high rates of interest. So always be careful of the effect of interest. Make sense? And really, I don't want to go on a tangent about religion, but the point I was trying to make is that usury is a historical concept that still is very much applicable in modern society, because it can be anywhere from any interest to over a certain percentage, can get you in trouble both with religious and secular authorities. So it's a very real issue, and it's something that in your investment practice, you're going to deal with. You know, if you're, for example, working for a developer and you're going to go build in the Middle East, you really need to know about this sort of thing. It's very important. And I'll tell you, there's some amazing opportunities for real estate developers over there that a lot of people are making a lot of money on, but doing it in compliant ways. Okay, so that's what interest is. So interest is basically a payment to the lender for the privilege of borrowing the money. Okay, any other questions on interest? And just to be clear, like, no judgments whatsoever coming this way for different beliefs. It's all good. Just telling you what happened historically. Now, those interest terms can be what's called fixed rate or adjustable rate. Now, the rate is just the percentage number of interest, usually judged on an annual basis, though not always. So 10%. So if you have a 10% rate and you borrow $100, you have to repay $10 in interest annually. If you have a 0.5% monthly rate, which is the equivalent of 6% interest, then you have to pay back whatever, not good at math, monthly, equivalent to 0.5 point of the total debt. Okay, so, you know, be aware it can be determined monthly, yearly, or whatever. But if it's fixed rate, it's the same for the life of the loan. So if Kip takes out a 30-year loan at 3% fixed, 30 years from now, no matter what's going on in the market, he's still paying it at 3%. Right? It's very straightforward. You then have adjustable rate. And all that means is that interest rate can change depending on various factors, which we'll go over. Very simple concept. Now, I want to draw your attention to this difference between rate and annual percentage rate, or APR. They're two different numbers. They're usually very close, but the annual percentage rate, in simplest sense, is what the rate feels like, how much you're really paying annually, versus just the dry 5%. So certain costs are included, like origination or whatever, when you calculate your annual percentage rate. So if you notice, you know, if you get quoted on a loan of 5% interest, you get your loan paperwork, it'll show like a 5.28 APR. It's because certain of the closing costs are factored into the cost of borrowing the money. APR is probably a truer indication, but usually rates are what you see. Everyone get the difference between APR and rate, annual percentage rate and rate? Okay, good. So a very typical type of loan you'll see is a 5-year adjustable rate, which we call an ARM, A-R-M mortgage. Okay, an adjustable rate mortgage is a mortgage where the interest applied to the outstanding balance varies through the life of the loan. There's often caps of how high and how low it can go. And we're going to go over this and look at some forms, so you'll see a little more detail on this. There are limits on how high it can go and raise or lower over a lifetime. ARMs can be a good choice or a bad choice, depending on how you use them. And you've heard me say this now over 3 weeks, the same thing. It can be a good choice or a bad choice, depending on your situation. An adjustable rate mortgage is a tool, just like any other tool. If you get a lower interest rate, okay, so let's just back up a second. Why would a lender, can anyone tell me why a lender would want to do an adjustable rate mortgage versus a fixed rate mortgage? Does anyone want to take a stab at that? Oh, wait, I got someone in the class. Go ahead. And then, go ahead.
They can make more, right? It's adjustable. If the rate increases, they can make more, whereas it's fixed, they don't have that potential to.
Yeah, she said basically they can make more if the rate goes up. The market rate goes up, they can go up with it. Or it can go up on just by its terms, not dependent on the market rate. So for example, you can have an adjustable rate mortgage that says the first year your interest is 1%, the second year your interest is 2%, the third year your interest is 3%, 4%, 5%. And that can be done, set up that way as a loan for a variety of reasons, but mostly to get you to pay back the loan quickly and in effect penalize you or make the bank more money if the loan goes longer. It can also be tied to certain indexes, which we'll talk about in a minute. So basically, when a bank wants to give an adjustable rate loan, they're betting on the fact, because usually they're tied to indexes. In other words, they go up and down with the market. They're betting on the fact that interest rates are going to go higher in the future. Like now, interest rates will go higher in the future. If their interest rates are already high, they're probably not going to want to give you an adjustable rate loan. So if you take out, but for the borrowers, it's good because initially you're going to get a lower interest rate. It's kind of like leasing a car versus buying a car in a way. When you buy a car, you make higher monthly payments, but you get to keep the car at the end. You lease the car, you make lower monthly payments, but you don't get the car at the end. So in an adjustable rate mortgage, you make lower monthly payments initially, but there's a risk of them going up higher in the long term. Therefore, adjustable rate mortgages are often good if you're not planning on keeping the property for a long period of time. So if you have what's called, let's say, a 228, it's a fixed rate for the first 2 years. If you're only planning on keeping the property for 18 months, who really cares what happens after the 2 years? Now, of course, you got to balance that with the fact that life happens and you may end up there 10 years later paying a ridiculous rate of interest, but that's a risk. And it's a risk that the bank is kind of counting on. Does that make sense? So in a 228, for example, it's a fixed rate for 2 years followed by a floating rate for the remainder of the loan. A 5-1, okay, would be fixed for the first 5 years, and then it adjusts annually. For example, another example might be a 5-5, where it's fixed for the first 5 years and then adjusts every 5 years. So as you can see, these can be very creative. Sometimes let's say it's fixed for the first year and then it changes monthly. Or a home equity line of credit, for example, where it's not even blended, it's just straight up, for the most part, adjustable with the market. Okay, but a 2-year fixed and then changes annually. Now, typically as a borrower, you're going to want it to change less frequently, and you're going to want limits on how much it can change per change. So if you have a 5-1 ARM, let's say, adjustable rate mortgage, at 2% for the first 5 years, and then prime plus 2%, prime can go up a lot in the first 5 years. So your loan prime goes up to 8, you may jump from 2% to 10%, prime plus 2, right? So what some of these loans will say is that no matter how much the index goes up, the rate can only go up 1% per year. So it staggers higher and staggers lower rather than being these abrupt changes. So those are all part of terms of loans you'll see. Typically, ARMs, adjustable rate mortgages, have the interest rates increase and decrease based on certain financial indexes. And which financial index that is set out in the terms of the loan. So commonly you'll see 1-year treasury bills, the London Interbank Offered Rate, or the LIBOR, the prime Wall Street Journal prime rate. So it's just a fixed index that anyone can go look at that the bank's not in control of, plus the margin. So if the LIBOR is 3% and your margin is +2, you're going to be paying 5%. If the LIBOR is 3%, your margin is -1, you're gonna be paying 2%.
Are you
Very
gonna ask this
straightforward.
on the test? Like what is a 228 or what is like, are you earn, is it gonna get that nitty gritty?
Maybe. I mean, probably not that nitty gritty, but the concepts in it and how it changes and some of the protections will be there. Again, I don't test memorization. So, but if I say there's a 5-1 adjustable rate mortgage fixed for the first 5 years, 5-year, 1 year, I might be a little more, verbose, and blah, 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 then what? That might be a question. To explain that you understand that it's 5-year, 1 year adjustable rate means that it changes based on an index plus a margin every 1 year. That would be a good question that might be on the test. So that's not really nitty gritty. I'm not going to be asking you about like what, Bank of America is offering right now, but the concepts behind how these work and why it's important, because, really, as real estate developers, there's no doubt you need to understand the intricacies and terms of loans. It's pretty dang important because your loan can make or break your project. If you get into a loan not understanding how index changes can affect how much you owe, you could really end up killing your whole project. So it is important to understand these changes, how indexes and margins vary, and some ways to be protected as a borrower, by having change caps. So that is very important information. But as far as like particular loan products, not to a great extent. It's not that important. Though some stuff is, like I may ask what, a Fannie Freddie mortgage is in a little more detail. We haven't gone over that yet today. Okay, any other questions? Good. And everyone understands how you have the cap, so like you can't change more than 1% per period, so it staggers up and then staggers down, because that's a pretty important concept with this too. Okay, so the next, let's see what time it is. We've got a few more minutes, and then, let's take a, before we get into amortization, let's take a 10-minute break. Be back here at 10:15, please.
Thank you.
I guess I'll just leave this here. Don't forget you're an open mic. You got all that? That was kind of confusing.
Yeah, it's probably the thing on the phone.
Yeah, it'll make sense. We're gonna go over some of these documents and it'll come together there.
Okay.
Excuse me a minute.
This was not,
I'm
I didn't
not,
have much breakfast.
no problem. I really think that mortgages is probably one of the toughest subjects for the class.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, there's a lot to it. I agree.
There's contract, title aspect, and mortgage aspect.
It's just very broad. It's very situational, so it can just change so much depending that it really is just a tough subject.
Exactly. For the 80/20, that you were talking about, what things would be preferable to go to that as opposed to the 100%?
Make sure lower payments lower. Typically, the reason we're getting 80/20 is because they don't have to pay the PMI fee
Okay.
and the mortgage insurance fees, which they're the same, but there's sometimes origination and then monthly PMI fees. So if it works out to a lower payment per month, then it makes sense.
Okay. And is it-
You don't see a lot of them right now because FHA has been so good. But when FHA were tougher and not as good, you saw more of them.
Gotcha, okay, 'cause, I mean, I'm thinking, have I ever come across that? Don't know if I have.
They used to be very, very popular and you still see them once in a while. But right now FHA is just so good that there's no reason to use them. But once FHA tightens up, they'll come back a lot.
Hey, Professor,
Yes.
earlier in the class, you mentioned that if you get foreclosed upon, but you still retain equity. So in other words, as long as the bank recoups their funds, you get the difference. Is that accurate?
Correct. Yes. That's called
So
a
it's surplus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Or
So
surplus.
even if you're foreclosed upon 3-4 years ago, and the bank sells the property and they recoup their funds, they find you
Doesn't work
wherever and
that
send you.
No, that's not how it works. Okay, to be clear, once the bank, let's say your property gets foreclosed and it goes to sale, and the bank's statement is $200,000, and no one outbids the bank. We're actually in a future class, I'm going to go over this in detail, but just for your own education, no one outbids the bank, for over the 200,000. So the bank will take back the property. Once they own the property, they can sell it for whatever they want, and it has nothing to do with the prior owner. However, let's say at that foreclosure sale, the property is worth more than the bank's judgment. So some private investor buys the property for $250,000. That extra $50,000, the bank gets its $200,000 judgment paid, and they're out. That extra $50,000 would then go to either subordinate lien holders, like if it's a second mortgage or
Credit card debt,
et cetera. And if anything left over, it goes back to the owner. So let's say there was no second mortgage. The owner would get the 50 grand back. Make sense?
Right. Okay. Thanks.
No problem. And people miss it. You only have a certain amount of time to claim it. And there's all sorts of predatory surplus claiming companies that'll do it for you, for the homeowner, but they're not really doing anything you can't do yourself, or much more cheaply with a lawyer.
And then what's the limit, or what's the time frame you have as a? Does it
It's
vary
a
per
little
loan?
bit situational, but it's up to a year basically.
Okay, that's
But it's a little bit situational. It's no more than a year though.
Well, that makes sense.
And remember, it's a surplus from the foreclosure clerk sale, not for what the bank eventually sells it at.
Got it.
That's a big difference.
Yes. Yeah. All righty. Thank you.
No problem. like this one. Okay, we're gonna get started in 1 minute, everyone. Literally 1 minute. It's the fun. A lot of you have a second class today, right?
I just had work.
Just you?
Yes, sir, we do.
That's a long day. What's your second class for most of you?
Construction principles.
Oh, interesting. Still, that's a long day.
Absolutely.
We're going to go ahead and get started. Oh, I see a baby. What a cutie. Hi. I love babies.
He's so cute.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh my
Awesome.
gosh, so cute.
Staring at the notebook right now.
I'll show you a little magic. Snap your fingers 3 times and it'll be 15.
It feels like it's going that rate.
Yeah,
Gotta
man.
start looking at colleges soon.
I know. My son's taller. My 14-year-old is taller than me now.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'll tell you what, I look at him and I still see that. Truly, that's something. Good for you. All right, so we'll get started. I saw a dog too. I think Juliet had a giant standard poodle before.
I have a golden doodle, a standard size, but yeah, he looks very.
That's a golden doodle?
Yeah, Roger, come here. Come here.
It does not look like a doodle. I have a golden doodle that looks
Here, I'll
like
show
a
you.
miniature golden
Come here.
retriever.
He's a standard size. Come here.
Beautiful
He's
dog.
really cute. Here he is.
He's definitely showing his poodle though.
Yeah, he's very poodle.
Yeah, that's definitely
Show
very
your
poodle.
face. But he's really fluffy and big, but he can sit on my lap.
Well, that's the thing with golden doodles. No matter how big they are, they think they're lap dogs.
Yeah, he used to sleep like on my head as a puppy
believe
when I
it.
first got him, and he still tries to like climb up on the pillows, and I'm like, dude, you are gonna crush me. I can't like do
How
that.
old is he?
He'll be 3 on April Fool's Day.
I have a mini golden doodle. She's red.
Oh,
Yes, I do too, actually. I have a mini golden doodle
I'll show you.
who's cinnamon. I
I'm
won't say
about to
red.
get a mini. I want to get another one.
Mine is here too.
Oh, doggy
Let me
day.
see that.
Her name is Stella.
See, both of your golden have curly hair. Mine has
Yes.
golden retriever hair.
His hair is really, it's like curly, but
Strangely.
you can, like, it's so soft. You can almost like straighten it and it would look like that. It's not like that wiry hair. Okay, can you go down now?
Gotcha.
We've got dogs, we've got babies.
Wait a second, mommy.
Oh, yeah, yours is so straight hair. Wow.
The golden doodle is the one that's cinnamon colored.
What generation is your golden doodle?
Guess it's dog day today, right?
That's right.
Me too. Oh, look at that one.
Guess I'll grab mine.
That's a beautiful dog. Mad Homes.
Oh, that one's
Wow,
pretty.
that's great. Look at that.
But
Another
Roger's
cinnamon dog.
dad,
While you're doing work, so.
Matthew's dog is like
That's
Roger's
great.
dad. Roger's dad was that like dark golden retriever.
Yeah, he's a red gold. We got him up in Jacksonville.
Yeah, that's how Roger's dad was, and his mom was like a black standard poodle. So
That's what my dog looks like in miniature. Yeah, beautiful dogs. Anyway, Yeah, we'll do dogs in the next class, or cats in the next class. So moving on, we're gonna talk about loan amortization. Okay, the easiest way to talk about loan amortization is to show you loan amortization. So I'm gonna share a screen here. Okay, can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, oh, now you can't. Hold on, let me turn the
Yes.
display for you. Let me just help for in-person learning. I gotta turn on the little thing. So what you'll see, and it'll come up in a second now, is this is just a loan calculator on the internet. They're fine. I have one on my phone too, and use these a lot. We're just talking about a 30-year fixed rate, 4% interest rate on $200,000. And the way amortization works is you pay a mix of principal and interest each month over a set period of time. Okay. And that's how you're able to pay off a large balance over a set period of time. So it is a schedule of payments to pay off your loan over 30 years in this case. And as you can see, and I like this particular one because I like the graph, you can see how the balance of the loan changes over the time, right? Down to 30 years when it goes away. That's your principal. Your interest, as you can see, you're paying a lot of it up front, but so it does a great, you're paying more in the beginning, it goes up really quick in effect, but it levels off. And actually you can see this a lot better if I raise the interest rate. Okay. So as you can see here, you're paying off for the first 5 years, let's say, you're paying off very little of your balance, your principal, the amount you borrowed. Okay. However, most, if not all of your payments, your payment is your green line, is going just to interest. So an amortized loan is very much in the bank's or the lender's advantage in the beginning. The earlier the loan is, the more of your individual payments is going to interest, the less of it is going to principal. So most of the money that the bank earns in these loans, as you can clearly see from this graph, is going to be in the first 10 to 15 years of the loan, depending on interest rate. So for example, in the first year on this loan, $200,000 at 8%, you'll have paid almost $16,000 in interest and only $1,600 in principal. So 90% of your loan roughly is just going to pay the bank. Whereas when you get to the last year of the loan, you're only paying, we'll just do year 29 because it's a truer number, $2,000 in interest and $16,000 in principal. However, the key to these is that your payment stays the same throughout the life of the loan. In this case, it's $1,467. But as you can see, 62% of that goes to interest and 38% goes to principal. So this $200,000 over 30 years will cost you $530,000. So that's kind of a bummer. But that's how amortization works. Okay, and interestingly, I'll show you two things. If you change it to 15 years, look how the mix immediately changes. Okay, your first year, you're paying, again, about $16,000 in interest, but you're paying $7,000 in principal. So in this case, 58% of your payments are going to principal and only 42% to interest, which means that this one will only cost you $344,000 over the life of the loan at 8%. So the shorter the loan, the more of your money goes towards principal. And then if you take it and you put it back to your standard, right, 30-year, and you bring it down to 4%, because it's a lower interest rate, In this case, $8,000 is going to interest the first year, and $3,500 is going to principal. And as you can see, just changing from 8% to 4% on this loan brought down the payments by more than $500, or more than a third. Okay, so interest rate is a big driver, as is time. And I'll show you a couple other really interesting things about how amortization works. First, if you change this from 30 years to 15 years, you just saved, over the life of the loan, paying back the loan, you're saving about $80,000 versus a 30-year. But if you jump that to these new 40 years you're seeing sometimes, you're paying an extra $60,000, even though your monthly payments are less, because it takes that much longer to dig out of the interest. Okay. Does everyone have a basic idea now of how amortization works? Any questions? Good. So what a key takeaway, just in some level, is that if you're going to make extra payments on principal, the earlier in your loan you make them, the more it's worth. Because you're knocking, the way it works basically is you're paying interest on, the loan is high enough that it whittles away at your loan each month, the principal. So there's a little money always going to principal, whittling away at it. Your interest is you're just paying it on the money you owe. But because the money you owe is more, and you're only whittling it a little bit, you're paying a lot of interest right up front. And then the lower your principal goes, because your payment remains consistent, the more of it goes to principal and less goes to interest, because it's a lower loan amount. But you have this, the whole point of this is you have a fixed loan, fixed amount you're paying every month, $1,500, whatever. If you took this payment, okay, and the easiest way to illustrate this, if you took this $954 in your 30-year loan and you made that payment $1,500, you'll pay off the loan 15 years early. You will have, in effect, turned it into a 15-year loan. But even making an extra $1,000 the first year can shave sometimes 2 or 3 years off of the length of your loan, because every month when you're paying that fixed amount, more of it can go to whittle away at the principal, meaning less interest each following month. Does that make sense? Another interesting thing, you're buying this house for $200,000 on a $200,000 loan. Over 30 years, you will have paid back $350,000 roughly. Okay, but so like, wow, I'm paying $350,000 for a $200,000 house. However, depending on who you ask, money is worth 2 or 3% less every year. And Florida real estate goes up 4 to 7% annually, meaning that your house will grow somewhere between 5 and 9% per year in value. How much was your house going to be worth in 30 years? And ask yourself how much did it cost. The same house you just bought in Florida cost in 1990. And I bet you're good with the 350 because your house is going to be worth 7. So, you got to look at it that way too, is that because money becomes worth less over time due to inflation, interest at a certain rate, like current rates, is actually free money. Because if you're paying 3% interest, but there's a 3% inflation rate, you're really just paying 0% interest, if you think about it. Because the amount you're paying over what you borrowed is offset by the amount that money is worth less. Just important to make sure you get that 3% raise every year, at least. Does that make sense? All right, good. And that sharing should have stopped for now. Yes, and I will, by the way, I'm posting this. It takes a little while for the Zoom to tell me it's ready. And as soon as the Zoom is ready, I post it.
That's normal. That was in other classes.
Yeah, just so you know. So I'm really not waiting. Last week, too, I couldn't get into on Sunday for some reason with the Shark Link. I think they were working on it. Okay, so, oh, okay, George, that's actually very cool. They're very nice people. And someone pointed out in a direct message that Dodd-Frank was weakened a couple of years ago, and it was, which is true. So some of the Dodd-Frank stuff we were talking about earlier, dealing with term enforcement on mortgages, is a little better than it used to be. However, the way the CFPB, which is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is who enforces lending laws in this federally, because there's so many people and so few of them, they in effect enforce by example. So when they find someone to enforce against, they do it harshly as a lesson to the next person who is unlucky enough to be one of the less examples. So you have to, even though Dodd-Frank loosened a little bit, I still caution people to be very careful because you don't want to be the example. In other words, you're not likely to get caught breaking Dodd-Frank, but if you do, you're done, to be clear. So it's just, you don't mess with it because the consequence is kind of like, you know, stealing a piece of bread is a death sentence, you know, but there's only one cop in town. You know, you don't want to be the one person who gets caught stealing a piece of bread. Right? So that's kind of the point with CF. But Dodd-Frank did get weakened, but it still is has some unintended consequences. And by the way, just as a side note, not on the test, if you want to give a private loan to a family member, there's companies out there that very inexpensively will originate it for you. Will do that paperwork, if you will, to establish, you know, right, the ability to repay and stuff like that. They'll make it legit, and it's not expensive, as long as, of course, the people qualify. But they'll do the qualifying for you to turn private paper into Dodd-Frank compliant, and it's pretty cheap. I think it's like $1,000, which I guess sounds like a lot, but not when you're loaning $300,000. Okay, so that answered all those questions. Now, amortization loans are kind of the flip side of the coin. So you're paying a set monthly payment over a set period of time until it's paid off in full. The full opposite of that is a balloon. In a true balloon, you're paying interest only for a certain period of time. And then at the end of that period of time, let's say 3 years, you owe the entire amount, the entire principal. So let's say you have a $100,000 loan at 5% interest. You're going to be paying $5,000 a year in interest payments. So year one, you pay $5,000. Year two, you pay $5,000. Year three, it ends, you have to pay $105,000, which is the interest plus the remaining principal. That's a balloon. Okay, pretty easy concept. I hope everyone gets it. If not, you know what to do. Sometimes they'll be mixed. You'll have an amortized loan with a balloon. And how that would work is really, you see that in two examples. The first one is with adjustable rate loans. Okay, oftentimes you will have an adjustable rate loan, but because people want or need to have more of a steady payment, the adjustments could be tied up in a balloon. So that's one way that you might see this. Those used to be a lot more common. You don't see a lot of those now. I think Dodd-Frank had a lot to do with that, but you used to see that where you'd have an adjustable rate loan with a fixed payment. You very rarely see that anymore, but doesn't mean it ain't coming back. And commercially, like a commercial loan, you know, you can see that. What you see more commonly on a commercial loan is where you'll have an amortized loan, let's say a 30-year amortization, but the loan balloons in 10 years. And as we discussed earlier, that's very, very good for the bank. So you're making your amortized payments, so you're whittling it down a little bit, but they're getting all their interest. And then after 10 years, you owe the entire amount. So you can have an amortized loan that balloons early. Make sense? You also can have a negative amortization loan. And that's, for example, you're paying less than the amortized amount. So you're paying all interest, but you're not paying enough to pay all the interest. So some of the interest gets added to principal. So in the example we had before, we had the $1,500 a month loan over 30 years. Let's say you're only paying, agree with the lender that you're only paying $1,000 a month. That extra $500 a month is going to go and be added to principal. The real negative with these is they spiral out of control, meaning that since the principal goes up every month, the interest goes up every month, but your payments are staying the same. So the hole gets deeper and deeper and deeper. And for the most part, residential negative amortization loans are legal now, but you do see them on commercial. Now, I kind of threw principal and interest out there, but does everyone understand what principal is? It's just the amount of money that you owe. Okay. Any questions on these various types of amortization?
The negative,
Say again?
the negative amort loan is payment is the interest and principal all at once, and then it just gets you in a deeper hole.
Yeah, in other words, you're not with a negative amortization loan. It's like an amortized loan. Let's say it comes out to $1,500 a month, but since your payment's lower than that, all of the interest you're not paying gets added to the principal. So therefore, it's more money to charge interest against next month, and instead of paying it down, you pay it up. Now, some loans, to be clear, you don't have to make any monthly payments on. There's plenty of loans out there. Let's say you borrow $100,000 for a year, 10% interest. You make no payments in a year, you owe 110. Or you get a reverse mortgage, which is basically an amortization in reverse. So you make no payments, and every month the principal you owe just goes up by the interest amount. They're a perfect example, reverse mortgage, of it spiraling out of control. So every month you're not making your $1,500, the principal goes up $1,500. The next month it goes up $1,550. Next month it goes up $1,605. Okay, and the balance owed just grows and grows and grows. Now, typically with reverse mortgages, they're non-recourse. So when the person dies, who took out the reverse mortgage, because that's when it ends, the bank just takes the property back and moves on. They're counting on the growth in the value of the property to cover the amount of money that their money went in. So basically what they're really doing, if you think about a reverse mortgage, is let's say there's a $150,000 house and a 65-year-old person, the lender's counting on buying that house 20 years from now for 100 grand. So they lend the 100 grand, and 20 years from now, they're either going to get paid back, 400,000, or they're going to get the house for 100 grand in today's money. So it's a longer term investment for the bank without immediate payback. So interest, especially in a commercial sense, can be all over the place. It can be as crazy as you want it to be, as long as you don't get into usury. Okay, in terms, I've seen them, they're mixed, fixed for this time, then adjustable, then fixed again, whatever. However you want to do it. One thing you do see on most, if not all loans, are due on sale provisions in the loan, meaning that when the borrower, property owner, sells the property, the loan balloons. Now, not all loans are due on sale. Some can be assigned to the next property owner, in which case the next property owner just starts making the payments. But most loans are due on sale. And that'll be written in the terms of the loan. Some loans have what's called the cross-collateralization clause. Now, remember we talked about a mortgage as collateral. So what if Dominic owns 3 pieces of property and needs $1 million? Well, Dominic might take out a mortgage on his $1 million property, but the lender's like, Dominic's being a little cagey lately. We want to have a mortgage on all 3 properties. That loan is cross-collateralized. It's in the simplest terms, collateralized across more than one property. So a mortgage doesn't have to be just against one property. Remember, it's just a security instrument for the loan, the promissory note. That mortgage could be across hundreds of properties with one loan. So you don't need a separate loan for each property. You don't need a separate mortgage for each property. You just got to list the properties in the mortgage. You can have mortgages across state lines and across county lines. You know, it just gets recorded in 2 counties. You know, I foreclosed a mortgage that was in Florida, where someone else foreclosed the part of it that was in Chicago. You know, so you can do that. It's called cross collateralization. You can also have what's called a cross default provision in your mortgage loan. And what that means, let's say Cho has a loan with Bank of America on the property in Davie, and he has a completely separate loan with Bank of America on the property in Sunrise. But they put a cross default clause in there where it says if Cho defaults on any obligation to the bank, it's a default on all of his obligations to the bank. So let's say Cho also has a credit card with him, misses a payment, they can call the mortgages. Now you see this typically in like commercial more than residential, obviously, but I'm simplifying. Yes, Cho.
That is insane.
Oh, well, you're welcome. I just gave you 2 properties, so hope you
Why would
enjoy.
a property owner like want that? Or
Because
is
they
that
want
more of a
money.
lender thing?
Well, the property owner would never want that. That's a lender protection. Property owners would want someone just to give them money as a gift, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The
exactly.
lender's the one that wants to be protected,
Okay.
so they get their money back. And the property owners put up with it because they want the money. Remember the golden rule. The one with the money gets to set the terms. The terms
No
are as bad as the
money,
person's
no
willing
money.
to accept.
I feel like that should be a midterm question. Just saying.
What's the
Throwing
golden rule? There probably will be, actually. I don't know. I don't know if it will. It's kind of like a.
My dad
not-
says the golden rule is no money, no honey.
No money, no honey. Yeah, that's another way of putting it. So that is definitely a good way of putting it, but it's also a term you see a lot in commercial loans when there's multiple. And usually it's not like this mortgage versus that mortgage. It's typically like your mortgage and your line of credit, which is just like a personal loan to a business, are kind of tied together. And again, you're doing that because these are just security instruments. One of the things it's not on the syllabus I inherited, but it should be, is, I guess it kind of is a financing statement. So we talked about chattel mortgages, and you still see those sometimes, but there's this thing called the Uniform Commercial Code, or the UCC, that governs what in law we call sales, which is just the sales of goods to other people, but in a business sense. And under that, those rules, which are the law in most states, very similar laws across different states, you can do something called a financing statement and register with the state, and it's in effect a chattel mortgage. So in other words, it securitizes the business property. So you buy, you have a good investment idea, you're going to open a Gidunk, a 7-Eleven. So you buy a 7-Eleven ISK type place, you fill it with potato chips and corn rinds and lottery machines, and you want to borrow money for this. The lender will give you the money. They're going to take a mortgage on the property, the building, the real property, but they're also going to collateralize your stock. Okay, so they have basically a lien on the potato chips. So if you don't pay, they can not only come and take the property, they can take what's in it, because you've agreed that that's collateral for repayment. Does that make sense? That's called a financing statement, or a UCC financing statement. And you will see that on most commercial loans. Okay, and they're not mortgages, but they get put into like the county court records, and sometimes, and they're supposed to, and then they should always be in the state records. You know, there's a UCC registry that you can search. And if you go to, I think it's myfloridaucc.com, but you can just Google myfloridaucc. You can look up any business in this registry and see what who they borrowed money from, because it'll all be listed, these financing statements. And they have their own rules, and you can foreclose them, just like a mortgage, or different, but close enough. So that's a chattel mortgage in effect. though it's under a different set of rules. So the whole idea behind all of this is they're securing the debt. They're making sure if the borrower can't pay, they can get their money somehow else. Taking back the potato chips, taking back the ghee dunk, the 7-Eleven. Sorry, I always say ghee dunk. It's an old habit. They don't have ghee dunks down here. Okay, so does that make sense? So I'm going to jump into another piece here. Okay, the next piece of the puzzle, and it still goes to securing the debt. So we talked about ownership of properties and business entities, right? So we have Brandy is owning a property in her corporation, Brandy Inc. She wants to borrow money to renovate her Brandy Inc. store, which sells ink. So it's Brandy Inc. Inc. No one? That's a little bit funny. Okay, so in order to get that, the lender is going to lend her company, Brandy Inc., some money with a promissory note, and they're going to take a mortgage back on Brandy Inc.'s Inc. headquarters. But that's not good enough because it's a pretty new company and, you know, it's an ink store. How good is it going to do? So they're a little worried. But, you know, fortunately, Brandy's got some money of her own. So the bank is going to want to hook her into this too. They want Brandy, the owner of Brandy Inc., to be also responsible. They want her to guarantee the loan. It's called a guarantee. It's called a personal guarantee or a guarantee. That's a very, very important concept because they're often required, especially from small business, but sometimes even from big ones. And basically what this does is, you know, you have a corporation to protect yourself from liabilities, you individually. You can only lose as much as what's in the corporation. This is a way for the bank to reach past that to your personal assets if your company doesn't pay back the loan. To be clear, Brandy doesn't owe the money to the bank. Brandy Inc. does. However, if Brandy Inc. doesn't pay, the bank can go straight after Brandy. Because let's say Brandy Inc. goes out of business. They can still come and get Brandy because she signed a personal guarantee. She guaranteed the payment for this other company or individual. This also might be like when you hear about co-signing a loan for somebody. Don't ever do that. Okay, so that was my public service announcement. Joe.
Before this class, I honestly thought that was what recourse was, as in that's a recourse. But now it's like, okay, the recourse is you go after other assets by the owner, which could be an LLC, for example, and still not personally guarantee it. But if you're, like I said, if you're a single member LLC and you have, and this happens, this is pretty much, you can go through that veil and get your personal assets. So this is in I don't know, all intents and purposes, a recourse. This is recourse, right? This is like a recourse loan.
Well, yeah, I guess, you know, we're mixing metaphors, so to speak, but yes, it would have to be a recourse loan because if it was non-recourse, the lender would be limited to the property that's secured.
Okay.
So it would be a recourse loan, but again, you were right. The recourse loan only allows them to go to the borrower. A guarantor is not a borrower.
Not a borrower.
They don't get the money from the bank. They're just saying, I'm backing up what they say, even though there's no direct benefit to me. If they can't pay, I'll stand behind them. You lend them the money, but if they can't pay it back, I will. And typically, when you see these guarantees are what's called unconditional. You almost always see them as unconditional, but they can be conditional. And what that means is that if it's unconditional, they don't have to go after the borrower first. They can go straight to the guarantor or all of them at the same time. If it's a conditional guarantee, it's only if they can't get the money from the borrower or the property. So if you do have to take a guarantee, you want a conditional. Now, these guarantees come into play a lot more than just mortgages. If you ever go to rent a commercial property for your business, there's a good chance the landlord will want you to get personally guarantee it, saying that if my business can't pay the rent, for those next 7 years after it went out of business, I will, as the business owner. Okay, and I will tell you that I will never sign one of those personally, and I never have. And it means that there's been places I haven't been able to rent for my office, especially when my company was new, my law firm. But, as it's gotten older, it hasn't really been as much of a problem. And oftentimes, and this is kind of interesting, there's ways around a guarantee. So, if you're really hard pressed against a guarantee, which can often be a good idea, you can borrow less money. You can put up 3 months I did that at one place. I put up 5 months of security deposit, but no personal guarantee. So there's ways around guarantees. The point is the lender or the landlord, whatever it may be, whoever you're going under contract with, wants to be secure in your payments against more than just your company. Also the shareholders, or could be a third party. Does that make sense? Okay, but understand that personal guarantees are very dangerous to small business owners of any sort, including investors, developers, because if your project fails, they can come after your assets. Yes, Alec.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, is that the same as a development performance guarantee?
No. No, that's a construction thing. If I think I know what you're talking about, where I believe what you're talking about is that the contractor is basically being bonded or protected by a third party, saying they're going to come through and do what they were paid for. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know. I think I usually see it with smaller to mid-tier development shops that are smaller. I think banks ask them for a performance guarantee on the development.
Yeah. That's typically a third party that comes in and says, if the developer can't finish the project, we'll hire someone else to finish it. It's like insurance almost. If it's outside of the scope of this class stuff. So it's a different thing. A personal guarantee just means that you're borrowing money and someone other than the borrower who's not getting any benefit of the loan or any direct benefit is agreeing that they're on the hook too. It's like co-signing for a new car with your sister. Okay. And sometimes it's necessary not to co-sign for a new car with sister. That's never necessary. But it's best avoided if possible. Don't ever co-sign on a car. Seriously. Just walk. I don't know, maybe it's just a lawyer perspective. That never ends well. You end up losing the car and the sister. Okay, so personal guarantees are super important that you understand them, but they're pretty simple. So you're just standing behind someone and backing them up, oftentimes your own company. When you're going to borrow money, like an SBA loan, let's say, you're going to sign a personal guarantee. It's just, there's no getting around it. Other times, like if you're leasing property, especially if you have an established business, maybe you can get around it. Or if you're, borrowing money from a smaller bank, not an SBA, you can negotiate. It's a negotiation thing. I will say, if you're, just as a kind of an aside, if you're ever forced, if you will, to sign a guarantee and you're married, do not let your spouse also sign it. Then can anyone tell me why? We went over this even today. Who got it? Anyone? Juliet? Did you raise your hand?
I remember we talked about it earlier and we took a note. I just have to.
Anyone, Max?
Is this similar to developers have their other interests in their spouse's name or their personal home in their wife's name?
Is that the tenants by entirety thing?
Especially if they don't live in Florida, Max, and yes, it's tenants by the entirety. If you and your spouse give a personal guarantee, they can come after your house and anything you own jointly with your spouse. If only, because tenants by the entirety isn't just your home, it can be investments too, bank accounts. If it's just you giving it, not your spouse, anything you own jointly with your spouse as tenants by the entirety, they can't touch. So if you really do have to give a PG, a personal guarantee, try to make it so your spouse doesn't have to sign. And what you can do more often than you think, although I can't imagine why they would make you get a guarantee and not make your spouse sign. Like I've never, when I've done it for lenders, I've never, like if you have a spouse, they have to sign. Otherwise, what's the point?
Sir, so explain to me, please, the situation where they would come after the portion of what you had.
But it ain't a portion. Oh, with the spouse or with the personal guarantee?
The whole personal guarantee. If you personally guarantee and your spouse doesn't, oh wait, they wouldn't, because that's
if you owned it jointly, they can only come after your stuff, not the marriage.
Joint
That's the
tenant.
point of tenants by the entirety. Is the marriage owns it.
Okay. As
So
opposed,
your creditors can't come after it, but both of your creditors can.
gotcha. Okay, so never do that together. Got it.
I have very rarely, I won't say never, but I have very rarely seen anyone come after, try to enforce something where there was a personal guarantee without including the guarantor. I have sometimes seen somewhere where they don't even bother going after the company and just go straight to the guarantor. So they're very dangerous, but if you're a lender, you definitely want them. So it really is a perspective thing. So again, it's that balancing act, right? Like I want to borrow the money, the lender wants a certain interest rate, so they want a personal guarantee. Well, then I'm not giving you that interest rate. You wanted me to put my own name on the hook, give me a point less. So it's all negotiation with that. Very important term. Another important thing you find in mortgages in particular is something called an assignment of leases. And that is a document. It's similar to a chattel mortgage, but what it is it's a mortgage, if you will, on the rent payments from the people in the building. So this allows a lender, if the borrower who owns the commercial property doesn't pay, or it could be a residential property, doesn't pay, they can go straight to the tenants and say, you got to pay me the rent instead of your landlord. And that way they can use that rent money as collateral to get it applied towards the debt. Now, mind you, that money, the rent money that goes now to the lender, does get applied to the debt, but that doesn't have to go through the landlord. And because the landlord signed, whether it's commercial landlord or residential, signed the assignment of leases, they still got to do the landlord stuff. They still got to keep the elevators working and the air conditioner and all that stuff. Just the rent money goes to the bank towards the payments. Now, of course, if the loan is in good standing, they can't use the assignment of leases, just like they can't use the mortgage. Okay, if you didn't get that, let me know. I think that was a pretty straightforward one. It's deeper in real life, but as a concept, it's pretty easy. It's also important that you recognize that a mortgage, the security agreements, which is a better term than mortgage, is about a lot more than payment. So when you borrow money from a lender, you're not just agreeing to pay them back, you're agreeing to other things too. So to keep it simple, with a house, for example, you're agreeing that you're going to keep insurance on the property. Okay, you're agreeing that you're going to pay the property taxes, that you're going to maintain the roof, that you're not going to store hazardous substances there. We'll go over some more of this in a minute. So if you do those, you're agreeing not to sell it without paying them back. If you don't do these things and you break your rules, then unfortunately for you, the bank can come after you. They can say, you broke the terms of your mortgage. Yes, you made your payments, but guess what? You didn't, keep the roof up to shape. You didn't keep insurance in the property. You need to fix that or we're going to foreclose. Does that make sense? So you always think with mortgages that it's all about the payments, and that obviously is a big part of it. But, you have to follow the other rules set out in your agreements with your lender too. Make sense? Good. Next piece. Okay, so just to give you a little heads up here so you know where your next part of your life is going, we're going to go over a few more concepts, and then we're going to maintain the remainder. We're going to use the remainder of the class to go over some loan documents to show you how all this works in real life. And then we're done. The next piece we want to talk about is agreements for deed. Now, we need to talk about this because you hear about it a lot. And what an agreement for deed is in effect, well, here, let me just do this instead. There was a case came out called Free v. Free a couple of years ago that I'm quoting it, well, paraphrasing, because it really sums up this whole subject quite well. Okay, in this case, the court made the following statements concerning an agreement for deed. And sometimes, so you know, these agreements for deed are referred to, and you may have heard this, especially if you're from out of state, as an installment sales contract. Okay, that's an agreement for deed is the same thing as an installment sales contract. Okay, now I'm talking about Florida law here, so this is important because we are such a transient state. You see agreement for deeds and installed sales contract come up a lot. An agreement for deed is typically defined as an agreement in which the seller is to convey legal title to the buyer after the buyer pays all of the installments of the purchase price. So in other words, you're splitting that ownership. The seller is keeping legal title in trust for the buyer who has beneficial title. The buyer moves in, it's their house, but it's legally in the seller's name. Probably sounds pretty similar to a deed of trust we talked about with Georgia earlier. Okay, and again, splitting legal ownership with beneficial ownership. And I always think it's interesting to see how these same concepts keep coming around. So in agreement for deed, the seller maintains legal ownership but transfers beneficial ownership to the buyer in trust for all of the payments on the seller-held purchase money mortgage. An agreement for deed is primarily used as a security device and to avoid immediate conveyance of title to the borrower with a purchase money mortgage back to the seller. So they're trying to use this instead of giving a purchase money mortgage or a seller-held mortgage. So instead of giving you a mortgage, I'm just going to keep owning it, and in 30 years or whatever, when you pay me, I'll deed it over to you. In Florida, the legislature and courts have declared that such agreements are essentially mortgages with all of the rights that go with mortgages. And because it's essentially a mortgage, the instrument itself should be treated as if it's a mortgage. The seller and purchaser under an agreement for deed are essentially in the same position as if the seller transferred legal title and took back a purchase money mortgage. The seller transfers all of his interest in the property except for bare legal title. Even where the agreement is silent as to possession, it is deemed a mortgage, and the purchasers are entitled to use and possession of the property prior to making all installment payments. What does that mean? It means that in Florida, an installment sales contract or an agreement for deed, if you come into these, if you run into these, which you will, are for all intents and purposes, magically transmogrified into mortgages. They're treated as mortgages. The buyer owns it as if they took out a mortgage with the seller, and they're foreclosed just like mortgages. So in effect, they're mortgages.
So
yes.
Essentially, is a rent to own? It sounds very similar.
No, we'll go over rent to own when we go over leases. It does sound similar. There's lots of ways to skin a cat, although I can't imagine why anyone would want to skin a cat. So why would there need to be more than one way? But that being said, there's lots of ways to accomplish your goals as buyer and seller. It's just how you structure it. So while this does sound similar to a rent to own, it's legally not even close. And we'll explain that in the lease section. I don't want to confuse you before the midterm. But no, it's similar effect, totally different legal structure. What it is that it's what it's really similar to is a trust. The seller, in effect, becomes the trustee of the property, owning the property for the benefit of the buyer. So it's really mostly similar to a trust. Okay. Does that answer your question, Gabby?
Got it. Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, and it's confusing. It is, but so don't even think about it like a rent to own, because that'll confuse you right now, anyone. But think of it more like a trust. But what it really is in Florida, according to Florida law, it's magically a mortgage. So if you see or hear about agreement for deed, just think mortgage. Don't get confused. And if someone mentions installment sales contract, because they're from far away, you can just think mortgage. And just say, we don't do it that way in Florida. Do a mortgage. Make sense? All right, awesome. All right, I gotta put something up on the screen, so bear with me a half sec. We're going to spend our remaining time together now applying all of these concepts we just learned to loan documents. Because what could possibly be more exciting than that? As I was saying during the break, will probably end up being the most difficult of the classes. It's not easy subject matter, just to be clear. On the plus side, I understand that. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yay. Okay, hold on, I gotta move this and bring that up. Okay. Now this was in your material, and I'll try to make it bigger. In your module, just so you know, I don't want you memorizing these, it's just for your reference so you can see this applied. Okay, I'm not intending that you need to memorize a note or a mortgage because you all know how to read. So when you deal with one, you can read it. I just want to make sure you know what you're reading. So we're going to start off with, like we often do with residential, because it's simpler, but as you'll see, it's the same concept. I also choose for our residential, and if you can see right in the middle, you can see, right? Okay, good. You can see right in the middle, it says Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac uniform instrument. Can anyone tell me what Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are? Or who they are?
Weren't they like Bonnie and Clyde or something?
In a lot of ways.
In like finance.
In a lot of ways, they're very similar. Right down to the Tommy gun.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Don't they give out loans?
Sort of. So what yes, and I'll just save you some trouble. It's Fannie Mae is the Federal National Mortgage Association, FNMA. So it's just everyone calls it Fannie Mae, and Freddie Mac is a similar type of acronym. What they are is they're quasi-governmental institutions, meaning kind of like the Federal Reserve Bank, meaning that technically they're not a government organization, but for all intents and purposes, they are a government organization. As strange as that sounds, like the Federal Reserve Bank, which is a bank, but it's owned by the federal government and operates under, federal control and law. Same thing with Fannie and Freddie. And what they are is they are not lenders. They are insurers of lenders. Meaning that when a lender, let's use Bank of America again, wants to issue a loan to somebody, they can go, if the person qualifies, to Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, because there's slightly different qualifications between those two organizations. Fannie's like A paper, Freddie Mac's typically like B paper, in a graded scale, meaning that, higher credit standards to be Fannie than Freddie, but still both of them are pretty good to get either kind of loan. I mean, that's as much as you need to know for this class. And the bank will say, hey, listen, we have this person that meets your guidelines. If I loan them 97%, will you back up? If they default, will you back up 20% of it? And then that's how mortgage insurance works. And Fannie says, sure. And they do that. They do that for probably 90% of between Fannie and Freddie, probably 90% of the residential mortgage market is backed up by the government, meaning that the bank is giving lower interest or higher loan amounts based on Fannie Freddie's guarantee of the loan. What often ends up happening, and another function of Fannie and Freddie, is that they buy and package the sale of these loans from institution to institution. So because a mortgage loan is an asset, if they're sold freely and constantly, we talked about security, mortgage-backed securities, where they pool them together, so they can be sold individually or pooled. Fannie and Freddie, and again, I'm not going into great detail, help with that process and help ensure that process. Because of all of that they basically control the residential mortgage market, most banks, for most loans, go by their guidelines. They issue the guidelines. If it doesn't meet those guidelines, they won't deal with the loan. And then it'll be what's, a different type of loan that doesn't meet it. And it might be a private mortgage insurer, because private mortgage companies, private companies that will also do this. PMI is one you may have heard of. So everyone thinks it's private mortgage insurance, but it's really like Private Mortgage Insurance Inc. or something. I don't even know their real name, but it's a company. One of the ways that Fannie and Freddie control the market is they issue the standard loan forms. So we talked about with title insurance, remember that the American Land Title Association issues the forms everyone has to use by law. Well, with Fannie Freddie, if you want them to get involved with your loan, whether it's packaging it, reselling it, or insuring it, it has to be on their paper, their form. Okay, so when you hear in the biz paper, what you're hearing is like a document, just to make that clear. So this is a Fannie note, Florida version. These are all out there available, and most banks use them. So we're going over this based on the fact that it's the kind you'll most likely see in residential, because it's basically the government form. So it's also the note. Here's what's really interesting, is notes are very simple. Mortgages are much more complex. Notes just say, I owe you. The mortgage, the security instrument, is all the rules. So in this note, we're dealing with a property, 12 MS Red Street. Okay, on March 20th, hey, that's today. So this is an actual Fannie note I filled out for this class. In return for the loan I received, I promised to pay $500,000 plus interest to the lender. The lender is Lender Inc. I make all payments under the form of cash, check, or money order. Very straightforward. Next paragraph, interest will be charged 4% interest, and then default interest if there is one, which there isn't. Okay, the payments will be made monthly on the first day of the month, starting May 1st, 2021. Now, if it's little stop here, if it's today's March 20th, why would the first payment be due on May 1st? Anyone?
Because you already paid like the first month when you've made your initial payment.
Well, you've already paid from today to the end of this month when you made when you took out the loan. So that part of it's correct. Anyone else want to grab some class participation points?
You prepaid interest up until that point?
Up until you prepaid the interest through the end of the current month, through March 31st. The reason is, I won't torture anyone anymore, but thank you. The reason is you pay your mortgage in arrears. You pay it at the end of the month, not at the beginning of the month. The reason you pay it at the end of the month is the interest isn't earned at the beginning of the month. You have to go through the month for the interest to be due. So yes, it feels like you're paying May 1st for May, but you're actually paying May 1st for April. Mortgages are always in arrears. That's why it feels like you skip a month when you refinance. You really don't. You just mortgages. Rent, on the other hand, is paid up front. So when you make your rent payment on May 1st, it's for May. When you make your mortgage payment on May 1st, it's for April, because they're paid in arrears. Know that or write it down. I'll make these payments every month until I paid everything. If on April 31st, 2051, 30 years, I still owe the money, I will pay those amounts in full on that date. That's called the maturity date. Okay, my monthly payments, this is a fixed interest loan, will be in the amount of $2387.08, which, by the way, is the correct number for this loan. That's how much $500,000 at 4% of a 30-year costs. Okay, the borrower has the right to prepay. Okay, there's charges by this loan, which you may actually owe. Now we'll go down to paragraph 6. We're at, if you're more than 15 calendar days late to get me the payment, to the bank the payment, I pay a late charge of 4% of the overdue payment of my principal and interest. Okay, it'll be paid promptly, but only once on each late payment. So May payment's late, you pay it for May. You don't pay May payment being late when June's payment's late, you pay June, so it doesn't stack up. Just once per, because they're not interest, they're a penalty or a charge. Okay, if I don't pay, I'm in default. If I'm in default, you'll send me a letter saying I'm in default. If you don't send me a letter, in other words, if you, the lender, don't send me that letter, it doesn't get me out of being in default. Okay, and you, the borrower, are responsible to pay my costs and expenses for dealing with your loan if you do anything wrong or whatnot. Then it talks more about notices. It talks about if there's more than one person who signs the note, each person is separately liable, what's called joint and several. Each person is fully and personally obligated to keep all of the promises made in the note. If any person takes over these obligations, including the obligation of a guarantor, surety, which is kind of like a guarantor, or endorser, is also obligated to keep the promises. The note holder may enforce its rights against each person individually or against all of us. Meaning that if two people are borrowers, they can go after person one and leave person two alone, and that's perfectly okay. Now, mind you, person one can go after person two for their half, but that's a separate issue. You can't say, well, bank, you got to go after them too. They don't. You can go after them to get some money back. They're waiving certain rights called presentment, notice of dishonor. Presentment means the right to require the note holder to demand payment of amounts due. And notice of dishonor means to give notices to other persons payments have not been made. What that means is that you owe the money on the first of the month, whether or not we send you a statement. And even if there's 3 borrowers, I only have to send the statement to one of them. That's what it means in real life. It talks about how this is a uniform secured note. Okay, and it only varies by jurisdiction, meaning that if someone signs Fannie note in Jacksonville and someone signs it in Fort Lauderdale, they're both going to look like this. And that documentary tax is due on this note. And then it gets signed. And really, that's as simple as a note is. That's as simple as any note has to be. And that can be even simpler. I owe you $1,000 at 5% interest payable over 30 years, amortized. Like it's all it has to be and signed. Okay, that's as simple as it gets. That's a Fannie note. Okay. Just bear with me 1 second. I think I may have put some out of order. Nope, I did not. Okay. I want to show you something cool. Give me 1 second. Let's see a little inside baseball here, how easy this is. Okay, so that's how easy it is to see Fannie paper. I Thought I put that in my little package, but I did not. Okay. So this is an adjustable rate Fannie note. Okay, in this case, it's just a multi-state, not a Florida, but it's fine for our purposes. As you can see, most of this gets filled out the same. The difference is when you get to the interest rate, which is the only part I really care about on this right now, is that the interest rate I will pay will change on the first day of whatever. This is a 5/1, which is 5 years from today. So May 1st, 2026, and change every 12th month thereafter. Each date on which my interest rate changes is called a change date. Beginning the first change date, my interest rate will be based on an index. The index is the weekly average yield of the United States Treasury securities adjusted to a constant maturity of 1 year as made available by the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. So it's the Treasury index. The most recent index value available is 45 days before each change date is called the current index. Okay, if the index is no longer available, we'll change it as set forth below. Beginning each change date, the holder will calculate my new interest rate by adding 2 points, the margin, to the current index. The note holder will then round the results to the nearest 1/8, subject to the limits set forth below. The interest rate I'm required to pay on the first change date will not be greater than blank percent or less than blank percent. So right now I'm paying 3, then it's Treasury plus 2%, let's say, and it won't be less than 3, it won't be more than 5. Okay, my interest rate will never be greater than 8 or less than 3. Okay, thereafter, my interest rate will never be increased or decreased by more than 1 point on each change date. Okay, and then it goes to my new interest rate will become effective on each change date. I'll pay the amount of the new monthly payment on the first day, so the payment does change. And then it talks about other stuff. So that is how the difference between a fixed rate, and if you notice, basically the rest is the same. This one's a little more complicated because Florida has some protections that multi-state doesn't, but basically the rest is the same, but just changes. And that's how a 5/1, which is fixed for 5 years and then changing every year, actually works. Everyone understand the difference? Okay, next up is the mortgage. Now, when I do closings, I explain to people, here's all you got to know about a mortgage. If you don't pay, you can't stay. That's, for residential purposes, that's kind of the crux of it. But it's a little more complicated than that. The mortgage is a security instrument, obviously. It defines the lender and the borrower, and it talks about and references the note that we just saw. And if it has a couple of the key details. The property means the property that's going to have the mortgage against it as a lien, which will be defined. Okay, and the loan is the debt evidenced by the note plus interest plus. And then it talks about what riders to the standard form will be. And you can have an adjustable rate rider, if it's an adjustable rate loan, a balloon, a 1 to 4 family, which is there's a certain classification of residential property that's really investment property, but it's no more than 4 units. So it can be like a townhome with 4 units, a triplex, a duplex, or a single, family, but it's an investment property, not a primary residence. Condo rider, which basically says we will abide by the condo rules so we don't break the mortgage. Planned unit development rider, which is the same thing for a homeowners association, which we call a PUD, just because it's fun to say, if nothing else. Biweekly payment rider and a second home rider. So these are just add-ons. These riders are like amendments or addendums to the mortgage that will be attached to it depending on what type of mortgage it is. Talks about the law, it talks about community association dues and what it means, and then goes on to define various other items. It then goes on to say that the security instrument to the lender secures repayment of the loan and any extensions, modifications, and the performance of the borrower's covenants and agreements, promises under this agreement and the note, which again, we talked about a minute ago, that you not only have to pay back the loan, you got to follow the other rules. These are the other rules. It then has the legal description to the property to clearly identify the property being liened, which is very important. Okay, and then it says, now this mortgage is together with the improvements, now or hereafter erected on the property, and all easements, appurtenances, and fixtures now and otherwise part of the property. So it's very clear that this covers all the real property and everything that's added in. And if you notice here, this is very interesting. I think the next one is the borrower covenants that borrowers lawfully seized of the estate hereby conveyed and has the right to mortgage, grant, and convey the property, and the property is unencumbered except for encumbrances of record. Borrower warrants and will defend generally the title to the property against all claims and demands subject to any encumbrances of record. Can anyone tell me what that sounds like? Correct. That sounds just like a warranty deed. So when you're using this form of mortgage, or which some people will call a warranty mortgage, though they're pretty much all warranty mortgages, so usually it's only talked about if it's not in there, you're giving similar covenants of title that you would in a warranty deed to the bank, saying, yes, I own it. I can do this mortgage. If I can't do this mortgage, I'll back it up, just like you would with a warranty deed. So I always thought that was interesting. Then it talks about, and these don't change. These are the same across the country for all Fannie Freddie, payment of principal, interest, et cetera, et cetera. It talks about how you have to pay the bank specifically. It talks about how the bank applies the payments when it gets it, which is interest due under the note first, then principal due, then amounts due under Section 3. So it does in a certain order when you get payments. And the reason it's in there is because the state law may differ. And if state law differs, it's going to be applied as per the agreement, not the law, as long as it's legal. So if the borrower receives a payment, if the lender receives a payment from borrower for delinquent periodic payment, which includes a sufficient amount to pay any late charge, the payment may be applied to the delinquent payment and the late charge, et cetera, et cetera. So it just says how late payments get applied. Okay, it talks about escrows. Now, on well, I guess any kind of loan, but mostly on residential loans, the lender may hold the money for your property insurance, your mortgage insurance, and your property taxes. They don't make any money or charge interest on this, nor do they pay you interest, but basically they set up a little bank account for you, and every month they take 1/12 of your annual property insurance, annual property taxes, and if you have mortgage insurance, and they collect it, and then they pay it for you on the appropriate date. They do this to make sure that the property taxes, property insurance, and mortgage insurance gets paid. Now, this is a negotiable item. Not every loan has this, but I've yet to see a loan that doesn't at least give them the right to do this if the person doesn't pay for it themselves. Most loans do have this. So when you make your house mortgage payment, what you're paying is, you've probably heard PITI. That means principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. So if we talked about our principal and interest payment on our loan was $2,300 in this case, but because you have to pay, let's say the taxes are $12,000 a year and the insurance is $6,000 a year, you're gonna have to pay another $1,500 on top of that every month that the lender is going to put aside to pay the taxes, insurance, et cetera, annually. That's how escrows work. They're often called impounds. So you will hear the term impound and escrow in this context interchangeably. They're both right. Any questions on that? And just so you know, if you do have to pay a late charge, it's only on principal and interest, not on missed escrow items. And it's all sorts of rules on that. And then it talks about borrower shall pay all taxes, assessments, charges, fines, and impositions according to the property, which can attain the priority of the security instrument. Meaning you got to pay everything that can screw us up, that says the bank, et cetera, et cetera. Borrower shall promptly discharge any lien, da, 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 da. Okay, so those are all the rules saying, look, I am going to protect your collateral in my property. That's what you're promising. Here, you're going to keep insurance, and if you don't, the lender can force place or get their own insurance on your property be aware it's going to cost twice as much and only cover the bank, not you. Don't ever let that happen. Always keep your own insurance. Never let the bank put insurance. It's overpriced and you're underprotected. Okay, and you see there's a lot here. It also talks about like what happens if there's a loss and how the proceeds get paid out, you know, to both of you, what you have to do to make sure the insurance company knows about the bank, etc. It talks about occupancy. This is a primary home mortgage. So it says borrower shall occupy and establish and use the property as borrower's principal residence within 60 days after signing this, and shall continue to occupy for at least 1 year unless lender agrees otherwise. So when you take out a primary house mortgage, you got to move in. You can't like trick them as an investment property, or they can call the loan, they can foreclose. You have to maintain and preserve the property. Everything you said in your application was true. The lender can do lots and lots of things to protect its rights, including suing you. Okay, I talked about mortgage insurance, which we talked about, and the rules as to this mortgage. Talks about forfeiture, which we'll go over in another class, but it has to do with the property is destroyed or taken by government action, like eminent domain. Don't worry about it now. It won't be on the test yet. That's on the final. And then it goes into anti-waiver, basically saying if the lender's nice to you, they don't have to continue being nice to you, as far as like letting you off the hook on stuff. It talks about co-signers, successors, assigns, joint and several liability, basically saying everyone's on the hook. Everyone who gets the property is on the hook, and they'll stay on the hook, and they're individually, all the stuff we talked about a minute ago. It talks about how loan charges can be made and what for, about how notices are done, about governing all the stuff you'd expect to see in a contract. It talks about the due on sale clause. Remember, we talked about that earlier. That's paragraph 18. It says that if the property is transferred, the lender can get the property back depending on how it's transferred. In other words, that can be a breach of your contract if you transfer it and don't pay. The borrower, okay, then it talks about acceleration. So when the acceleration is a pretty key concept. So this one just perk up a little bit for it. So if you have to make those 360 monthly payments, so 30 years of payments, and on payment 53, you mess up and stop making payments, the bank doesn't have to wait each month to go after you. They can accelerate the remainder of the loan and call the full balance due, saying, look, you messed up, we gave you notice, you didn't fix it, now you owe $467,000, the remainder of the principal and outstanding interest. That's called acceleration. Now, if you're accelerated under this loan and all Fannie loans, and you come up with some money to catch up, they have to let you catch up. But you got to pay back the late fees, attorney's fees, costs, you know, et cetera, and get back. And they have to let you do that until foreclosure is accomplished. Now, that's not a legal right. That's a contractual right under this agreement. They talk about sale of the note, changes of loan servicers. They talk about not keeping hazardous substances. You can have a whole degree in hazardous substances. Let's just say that they're very, create lots of liabilities to everybody, and you're agreeing in this agreement not to keep any hazardous substances on your property. Okay, then it goes over things that are different for Florida. So the remainder of this are Florida specific. We talked about acceleration. This is the specific procedure for acceleration in Florida. It talks about, you know, different releases, attorney's fees, jury trial waiver. So they're just not in every Fannie Mae mortgage or in every Florida Fannie Mae mortgage. And then you sign it with a notary. And that is a Fannie mortgage with any riders. So it talks about a lot of these concepts that we already spoke about, due on sale and all that stuff, all in here. Okay. Any questions before we get to the harder stuff?
For the acceleration, they can come after you for all the principal, but not the interest, right? That has
not their expectation interest. So in other words, they can't come after you for the interest on the amortization schedule. Let me illustrate it. Give me like a simple water and I'll illustrate it. You take out a $150,000 loan, and when there's $100,000 of principal left, you breach, you stop making payments, and they accelerate it. And when they accelerate it, you owe the $100,000 in principal plus, let's say, $5,000 in outstanding interest. That becomes your new principal, and you owe interest, simple interest on that amount, meaning the rate, let's say 4% annually, not amortized. So every year you're going to owe roughly $4,000, and the interest will continue to accrue on that one balance, but it's not like weighted like amortized loans are, where you're paying mostly principal, mostly interest, little principal. It's just simple interest. Many loans, though not this one, will have a different rate if you're in default than if you're in good standing. So your rate would be 4%, but if you breach and they accelerate, it goes up to 16%. 16, not 60, 16. So that's how you be charged with simple interest. What they can't do at that point is continue to charge you late fees, because there's no more monthly installments. They called the loan. Make sense?
Yes.
Awesome. Anyone else? All right. So we will go now to a small commercial loan. Okay, to hit these concepts again. Now, I want to point out to you that this is a real live loan document that I actually prepared. Well, that's a lie. One of my associate attorneys prepared and I reviewed. And this is an SBA 504 loan, just if anyone's curious. It's a certain type of loan for buying and renovating a small business. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. In this case, you're going to see many of the same terms in this instance. You're going to see who the borrower is, who the lender is, but you will notice in this case, there is a guarantor. So can you all see this? So you have the borrower, right? That's Borrower Inc. And you have the lender, that's Lender LLC. Can anyone tell me who the guarantor is? Anyone? Do I need to make it bigger?
Andre Pineur.
Yeah, say that again.
Andre Pineur. Penner.
Like entrepreneur?
Andre Pineur. Oh.
That's how to get that in there. Okay, thank you for really making me laugh and humoring me. All right, yes, Andre Pineur in this case is the guarantor. He is the person who is the primary shareholder of Borrower Inc. Andre Pineur. You'll never forget that. Yeah, I just had to. I'm so sorry. It's the little things in life. Okay. So we have Andre Pineur as the guarantor. So this case, there is a guarantor. And why is there a guarantor? There's a guarantor, if you will, because it's a company borrowing the money, and the SBA always gets guarantors, by the way. This loan, there's two loans. There's the $406,000 loan and another loan for $284,000. They can both be under one loan agreement, even though they're two loans. As interesting as that is. There will be two separate mortgage instruments, though. Goes through all sorts of terms. Okay, so one of the things you'll see in these commercial loans is they don't leave definitions to chance. They actually define terms. If a term isn't defined, it's just its common meaning. If a term is defined, even if it doesn't make sense what it's defined as, that's the definition. So you can say buy as a defined term, and if it says in the definition, buy shall mean sell, everywhere you see buy in the agreement, it means sell. Now, no one's ever going to do that because that'd be stupid, but I'm making an example. Okay, but then again, no one's ever going to name the kid Andre Pineur. All right, so very important you understand what these are. So it talks about business days, it talks about who the borrower is, what an appraisal is, very important. Okay, so whenever you look at one of these agreements, everyone tends to skip over the definitions, but they're very important. Okay, it talks about the commitment letter, what is default, what an entity is. It doesn't leave anything to chance, because if you do, you never know what meaning is going to be. Talks about financing statements. Remember we went over that a little while ago? We'll hit it again. et cetera. It talks about the guarantor. Okay, the guarantor documents and the guarantees. Okay. Talks about what the property is. Talks about impositions. Impositions is another way of saying impounds or escrows. Because as you'll learn, as you continue to grow as a real estate pioneers, developers, entrepreneurs, if there's 3 ways to say something, a lawyer will use all 3 instead of just one. It's just a consequence of getting paid by the word. We don't really get paid by the word, but it seems like that sometimes. So why is it called impositions here, impounds and other documents, and escrows and other? I have no idea, but they're the same thing. Okay, it talks about what improvements are. It talks about the land and defines the land. Okay, it talks about legal requirements. In other words, different judicial constructions as they may change and how it affects what's in this agreement. Commercial loans are very specific. Talks about the lender, talks about the loan documents, the grantor, talks about the note, et cetera, just pages, as you can see, right down quarterly. You know, in some ways it almost is ridiculous, but what's good about it is it avoids confusion. Okay. And actually, yes, I didn't even take that part out. You can see this really is one we prepared because it's the name of my title company. I missed that. This is all public record anyway. Talks about title insurance. Then it talks about the loan. Talks about the repayment terms, how it gets paid back. It talks about the security for the loan. Now, we've been talking most of this class about securities for loans. So the obligations of the borrower to repay the principal and interest on loan shall be secured by the mortgage, the security agreement, the assignments of rents and leases, the security agreements. I don't know why it's there twice. UC, this is actually a fixed form. UCC financing statement filed with the counties in which your property are located in the Florida Secured Transaction Registry. The unconditional guarantee. Such other collateral and security insurances may be required or otherwise provided. The rights of the lender with respect to each item is Talks about origination fees. So they're going to securitize and protect themselves as much as possible. It'll talk of, so origination fees is what you pay to get the loan. Talks about a commitment fee, which is what you pay to get approved for a loan. Yeah, I mean, so banks know how to make money, no doubt about it. It talks about all the things that have to happen prior to loan closing. It talks about the authorization of who, in other words, can you sign this for your company? Title. And I don't want to overly belabor each point. It talks about reps and warranties. And this is actually, I'm not going to go over each one, but it's important. This is basically where you're making all the things in writing that the lender is counting on to give you the money. Andre owns 100% of the shares. No one else more than 20%. Andre has the power to sign stuff, et cetera, et cetera. Any of these being untrue later is a breach of the loan and can cause foreclosure. Okay, there's not now pending against borrower or the guarantor any lawsuits. You have all the right licenses. There's no violations of environmental laws, et cetera, et cetera. You know, prior to lien, prior to zoning, improvements, construction, go on and on and on. Okay, then it talks about promises or covenants, which just means promises. And this is, you know, all the things that the agreement, the specific loan agreement, like the borrower shall perform under this loan, they'll allow inspections, they'll take on insurance, they'll comply with the laws, they'll pay the impounds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They'll give notice, they pay expenses, they keep books and records, which are open to the lender, and furnish them tax returns annually, et cetera, and on and on and on. These are all the promises being made. Now you can see, like literally in a commercial loan, you got to give them tax returns. You got to show them that you're still operating the business, that they're still safe. The lender in some regards is in your business to make sure they're protected. Now they can't tell you, hey, make the pork rinds 10 cents more. That's not the point of this. It's just that you got to keep them in the know so they know they're protected. You can't sell the property or change ownership without written consent. You know, certain obligations for leasing, et cetera, et cetera. And other things now what they call negative covenants. These are things you won't do. You're not going to sell it. You're not going to take another loan out. And again, the SBA loans are very strict. So in a typical like straight to the bank loan, it's going to be a little milder. SBA loans are very strict because they give them to people that, you know, you're getting them because you can't get the other kind of loan typically. So these are all the things you won't do. Here's what happens, your defaults and remedies. If you do any of the things wrong, you don't do what you're supposed to or do what you're not supposed to. Talks about the personal guarantee, more on that later. Okay, these are all still remedies and defaults if you default. Kind of crazy, but there's a lot of them. You got to pay their attorney's fees, et cetera, et cetera. Then it gives the lender even more rights. And it talks about loan expenses, further assurances. In other words, we're getting a little nervous. We need you to send us these documents you agree to do so. Talks about assigning the loan and da 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 da. These are all, I like to say that every sentence in here was caused by a previous lawsuit. So every time something happens or some change or someone finds a loophole, they figure out a way to cover it from then on out. So the longer time goes by, the longer these documents tend to get. Talks about notices, governing law. And once you start seeing these sort of things in any agreement, you know you're getting towards the end. Okay, an important one it talks about too is that the agreement is solely for the benefit of the lender. So they're putting right out there like, yeah, this is for our benefit. We'll give you the money, but the agreement's for our benefit. They're also saying that we're not your partner. We're just your lender. It's actually very important for lawsuit wise that's in there. And that's an important concept. When you borrow money, you're not going into business with the lender. You're just borrowing money. And then it goes, I'm not going to belabor it more than I have to. However, I will say again, joint and several. Okay, if you haven't written down joint and several yet, do that. Joint and several is very easy to understand. It's just if a borrower consists of more than one entity or person, the obligations and liabilities of each entity or person are individual and together. And this was again, if Nick and George borrow money and from me, and I only want to chase Nick for the whole thing, I can do that. I can chase both and only collect from Nick. It's owned individually and together. I don't have to get half from Nick and half from George. Okay, it's kind of like joint tenants right of survivorship if you think about it in a way. It's not, but in a way, is they both own the whole thing. And then it gets lots assigned. Okay, one of the interesting things, and you may have dealt with this in your own personal life, is that these loans get signed in advance. It's very, very strange, but all the signature pages get signed up front, and then the attorneys fight about the language. Not so much in an SBA loan because there's not much fighting you can do, but on commercial loans. So the first time you get involved with one, you're like, well, why am I signing before closing? You actually sign all the paperwork first, and then it just gets destroyed, I guess. It's just very counterintuitive, but you know, it does happen that way. And then you have your mortgage. Okay, now notice that this mortgage is a little different in that it's a mortgage, security agreement, and fixture filing. A fixture filing is another way of saying that UCC financing chattel mortgage we were talking about is also known as a fixture filing. And this mortgage will say much of the same stuff that the Fannie Mae mortgage said, because it's the same idea. You know, paying the taxes on it, talks about the debt and the loan agreement, talks about the note, and the notes on these are very simple. That's why I didn't even include it. I just did the loan agreement. It talks about security, advances, costs, and then pages again of definitions. And as you can see, first of all, the UCC is referenced throughout Uniform Commercial Code. And as you can see, the definitions are very detailed. You know, remember we talked about chattel mortgages? So it talks about chattel paper. So these things come up. Tort claims, condemnation, which we'll go over in a later class, not on the midterm, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like for example, if you're collecting rents, they're going to take a security interest on the bank account you deposit the rents into. So the banks want to be very secured, and when it's the government, they want to be very, very secured. And this goes on and on, these definitions, but they're all very important. I mean, look at the definition just for rents. Extracting minerals, mining, selling. Then you get the borrower gives them the security. It talks about the rights and powers, about the different collateral and whether it's tangible. And there's all sorts of rules and details that are kind of beyond the scope of what we're doing because they change and everything. But the point being, again, they're very comprehensive to try to protect the lender's interest. Does the reps and warranties, you'll see that in everything. And this are just the promises that they're making each other, that other people are saying, we're counting on this promise. When you see a rep and warranty in any agreements, what's being said is that this is what you promised. This is what we're counting on to go under contract with you. Because, don't forget, the mortgage is a contract. So it's a promissory note. So this is all the reps. Okay, it talks about it after acquired property, goes on it. Title warranties comes up again, right? Same concept again. Talks about that you're not going to create more liens. Further assurances, you should be noticing it's all the same concepts we've been talking about. Impositions, which is what the SBA calls impounds. Again, we're going to do a whole part of a class on condemnation. Don't worry about that for the test, for the midterm. Okay, assignment of rents. Remember we talked about assignment of rents. Talks about what a default is, what happens in a default. Now, what's interesting, when you go to a closing with the borrower to do these documents, the borrower will typically spend 4 to 6 hours reading every term and asking you a lot of questions about them at the closing. In no closing ever. So they'll typically go, why are you showing this? Where's the signature page? I mean, that's the reality of it is, and that's a mistake. At the very least, there's no reason why you and your attorney shouldn't have seen all this in advance, and the closing should only be that quick because you already know what's in there. All this stuff matters, and with SBA, not so much, but oftentimes it's very negotiable. And you really do need, as developers, to truly understand what you're getting yourself into. And be willing to say no at times. And then we talked about the assignment of leases and rents. And again, we went over the concept very quickly. We'll go through the document. Basically, you're saying to the lender as the owner that if I don't pay you on the mortgage, you can have the rents and you can collect it directly from the tenants. Now, to some extent, especially in commercial, understand that rents is not just payments from tenants, it's also profit from the property. So if it's a mining concern, it would be a different format, but the rent would be the coal that's coming out of the ground or whatever. Okay, that's considered rents. Of course, again, different situation, different form. And that is it for the documents, which leaves us a few minutes for final questions. Now, again, I only presented the documents, since I'm having so many questions about tests today, as an opportunity to show you the concepts we went over before I showed you the documents. You do not ever need to look at these documents again, test-wise. You just need to understand the concepts and the things we spoke. I'm not going to say, on an SBA loan, that will not come up. Okay, I want you to understand the concepts, though. How mortgage insurance works, the general role of a standard document. How from a simple residential to a very complicated SBA loan, how the concepts and the things being spoken about are the same. It's just the closer you get, the higher you get commercial wise, the more complicated these get. The point with these giant buildings, it's going to be several hundred pages of documentation. So that's really the point there. I want to be clear about that. So questions as we finish up?
I have a question.
Nope, we have a question.
Back to the Frank Dodd Act, what part of that do we need to know or remember?
Okay, so Dodd-Frank, all you need to know is that Dodd-Frank set up consumer protections for primary residence mortgage loans. It just set up a protection framework that if you're a lender of primary residence loans, that you have to follow. No other specifics on that. Only what it is. Okay. Anything else, guys? All right. Well, I guess unlike the last two, I'm a little disappointed in myself. I'm gonna get you out of here about 5 minutes early. Sorry about that. I guess I owe you 5 minutes.
Do we have?
Have a great day.
Thanks, Kim.
Hey, Professor, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day, guys. Bye-bye.